believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party, as opposed to the two parties, which are not doing very well. And I want to congratulate all of you for migrating to the center of the political spectrum, where we do this show every single day without fail. We take Sundays off for a rest, of course, but this is the longest running broadcast in the world. We've been on the show regularly for 11 years now, and no other show has been live like this for this long of a period. So I'm just glad that we have this ability, and we wouldn't have had this ability many years ago. And they're trying to take this ability away from us. And so far, we're seeing new definitions of what free speech is all about. Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg and Google, they're all trimming which people could actually do a show or which people could actually broadcast or on a blog. And now free speech itself is under direct attack. We just got a link from Misanthropy that is shocking. You know, young people have been dumbed down to the point where they don't even know what their rights are. They don't even understand free speech and how it defends even my right to do blackface, which I did, to impersonate Barack Obama, which I couldn't have done in whiteface. So it's not hate speech per se, but they probably would think it would be. And 51% of the millennials actually want fines or jail time for hate speech. A majority of Americans now want the First Amendment rewritten. Now, unfortunately, thankfully, it takes a 2/3 majority of America to overturn a First Amendment. So a lot of you young people better get on board with what the truth is. And that is that free speech is the most important aspect of our freedom. We have the right to actually confront our accusers. Donald has the right to tweet all he wants. We are an unusual country that way. Don't turn us into some backward totalitarian junta communist state, which is what some young people apparently are, thinking. More than 60% agreed on restricting speech in some way, while a slim majority of 51% want the First Amendment rewritten. This is ridiculous. Now, mostly millennials wanted to do this, but Ex-Jenners, 48%, 47% baby boomers. They know that free speech is so important. But we are really looking at a very bizarre time where people have been dumbed down to thinking that we don't need free speech after all. Why would we want to say anything bad? Yeah, it says 60% below, but you need 67%, a supermajority, to overturn an amendment and to strike a new amendment. You actually need, that's just to propose the amendment. You need actually 75% to overturn an amendment. So thankfully we have barriers here. Wow. I just cannot believe these statistics as they fly in front of me. We've got a very troubling situation. A young woman has been seen, she's a lawmaker, basically Katie Hill, Representative Katie Hill, in her 30s now, admits a relationship with campaign staffer as an investigation is being launched right now into what she was doing with a young woman on a dating site. That's a nice way of putting it. Anyway, Fox News has the story. Let's go there.
So the House Ethics Committee is investigating a freshman congresswoman after a report accused her of having an affair with one of her congressional staffers. That is not allowed under House rules put in place last year. The lawmaker under scrutiny is Democrat Katie Hill from California. She's considered a rising star in the party. She denies the accusation, but in doing so, admits that she had a previous relationship with a different campaign staffer. Allison Barber reporting live from our Washington newsroom on this very interesting story and lots of developments here. Hi, Allison.
Yeah, hey, Martha. So the House Ethics Committee says they have begun an investigation, will gather additional information regarding some of the allegations against Representative Katie Hill, but they're careful to say investigating the allegations does not itself indicate that any violation has occurred. The California Democrat denies having an affair with the congressional staffer. That is the allegation that triggered the ethics probe and, if true, would violate House rules. She did, however, admit to having a relationship with a subordinate on her campaign. In a letter sent to constituents obtained by Fox News, Hill says this, quote, "During the final tumultuous years of my abusive marriage, I became involved in a relationship with someone on my campaign. I know that even a consensual relationship with a subordinate is inappropriate, but I still allowed it to happen despite my better judgment. For that, I apologize." She went on to say, "I am going through a divorce from an abusive husband who seems determined to try to humiliate me. I am disgusted that my opponents would seek to exploit such a private matter for political gain. This coordinated effort to try to destroy me and the people close to me is despicable and will not succeed." Hill says she is cooperating with the Ethics Committee and that she's reached out to law enforcement. When these allegations were first published by a conservative blog, a nude photo of Hill was also published. Hill says that was a crime and that she has notified Capitol Police. We've tried to speak with Representative Hill the past couple of days. We know that she voted last night, but her team has not been able to find her roaming the halls of Capitol Hill today. Martha?
Tough situation all around, to be sure. Is she getting any defenders among her colleagues on Capitol Hill here?
She is, and it's not who you would expect. Republican Congressman and ardent Trump supporter Matt Gaetz is coming to her defense. In a tweet earlier today, the Florida Republican called the ethics investigation absurd, adding, quote, "Who among us would look perfect if every ex leaked every photo text? Katie isn't being investigated by ethics or maligned because she hurt anyone. It is because she is different." Hill identifies as bisexual. We have seen more allegations come out in the last hour or so, but so far, Martha, Fox News has not been able to independently verify any of them. So, Martha?
Well, I can verify them right now. I mean, let's take a look. Oh my gosh, these were some of the photos that were published by her ex-boyfriend, or ex-husband, sorry. I'm not going to show any of the nasty pictures. Yeah, there's nudity involved, but it's important to note that I'm not judging this woman, and I embrace her choices, like I embrace all of your choices, really. I mean, I love the sinner, despise the sin, that kind of thing, you know. I'm not gay, and I find that, yeah, see, I love the sinner. I would like to talk about her Nazi tattoo, if you don't mind. Yeah. Right on her pelvis area, she has what appears to be a Celtic sign. Yeah, here's a side angle of her body part. This is a Celtic sign on her body. It's not a Nazi symbol. That's ridiculous. And I'm not going to show her naked body because it's all been redacted and you've got blank spots and blurred areas. So it's not a big deal. I respect the fact that she's going through a tough time with her divorce, and it's really wrong what her husband did. Legal threat is occurring regarding the nude photo. Okay, is she suing? Right, she's planning on suing her boyfriend, but now that it's all over or her husband, now it's all over the internet. It's kind of hard to pull the worms out of the bag, or the cat got out of the bag. So it's got to bring it in. Anyway, I didn't show any nudity in her part, other than the fact that she was having a kissing experience with her aide. I feel for her, I really do, and I don't think we should roll her over the coals. This isn't the dark ages. And I agree with that Republican who said that, wow. Yeah, I better stop looking at that. I agree that we've got to actually, not take this woman out of Congress because she did this. I mean, this is ridiculous. Yeah, why does she have a body of a 50-year-old? I'm trying to figure that one out. Yeah, it's like she's 36, right? And you want to talk about her smoking in the bong? Oh, well, that is pertinent. Yeah. Okay. Right. Let's take a look at the bong that she's holding in her hand. Now, I'm not going to show any nudity here, okay, just so you know. Respecting her rights. But yeah, she's holding a bong and having a good time, enjoying her bisexual freedom, I guess. And I don't think she cleaned the bong. It's a little dirty. You want a deeper investigation? I don't think we need to. I think this poor woman's dealing with the aftermath of having her private photos revealed all over the internet. Okay? Monica Lewinsky had to deal with similar problems when they found out that Bill Clinton had molested her with a cigar, inserting it in her vagina. That was very disturbing to have the whole world know that. And Monica's had to deal with that all her life, and luckily there were no nude pictures of her, so that's good. One of the rules of local government is that you're not allowed to form friendships outside the workplace with staff. I agree. Good point, Anita. And she really violated ethics by getting it on with her assistant there. Her assistant was kissing her, and apparently this amorousness goes on in Congress because it is a nice place over there. I was in D.C. recently, and I was in the Rayburn building, and I was telling you about how I had a Rayburn Reuben, and it was a really good sandwich, only like $4. They eat like the best food ever. It's food bars, 13 different venues. It's unbelievable. And then they go in their offices with this wonderful environment, closed doors, air conditioned. And then they get it on, God knows what's going on in those back rooms. How many of you are in favor of having all of their conference rooms and every room in the Rayburn building videotaped for public view? Press 1. Every congressman would have a camera in their offices so we'd make sure they weren't engaged in this type of sick, lascivious, carnal behavior. Anyone want to see that? Press 1, please, if you want transparency. We're trying to get a feel for the room here. Only 3 people want a voyeur cam of the privacy of your congressman. Oh, so you want your congressman or woman to go ahead and have lascivious relations behind the scene, huh? And you don't even care, right? Your tax dollar is going to secret sex acts going on in... Right. Okay. All right, so the people have spoken. They don't care. You went to the Capitol building, got a private tour from a cousin who works there. Excellent. There are rooms within rooms there. Yeah, there's secret rooms where people get lost in. Barr has expanded his investigation. It's now criminal. Heads are going to roll, according to the Republicans. Barr is being asked to recuse himself from the entire thing, so he's going to face a head-on collision with Congress, and I'm sure Nadler has enough to file criminal charges against Barr right now.
Why Rome? Why?
But now Barr wants to charge criminal charges against Adam Schiff and others. Yeah, the origins of the Trump-Russian probe is now a criminal investigation, according to William Barr. He's been doing this, though. He's been looking into the Every aspect of the Democrats calling it criminal. And everyone knows that Barr, his father, got Jeffrey Epstein a job at the Dalton Prep School molesting little girls. And William Barr wrote a letter defending Michael Flynn, the Russian agent, before we even found out he was a Russian agent. Those two things alone would automatically disqualify Barr as our Attorney General. But it gets worse. He's now implicated in the Ukrainian connection when Donald said, I think William Barr ordered that, and got William Barr in trouble now. Of course, Giuliani could do whatever he wanted, but William Barr has to stick to the rules. That's his job. So good luck busting Democrat ass while he's getting taken down with criminal investigations of their own. Nice try, William Barr. What's this all about?
According to your reporting, has Bill Barr been twice in Rome in the last couple of weeks?
What he's doing is tracking down one aspect of this conspiracy, and that is...
Whatever. There's not a conspiracy. It's called impeachment, dude. Get off the Russian hoax conspiracy thing. Oh my gosh. This is the scene in Canyon Country, California right now. Forget going to Magic Mountain. That's gone. Holy moly. Canyon Country. Magic Mountain might still be there. Don't quote me on that. I think they traded hands. They're now 4 seasons or something. Whoa. Can you imagine having your beautiful house with your beautiful collection of whatever in the back room and knowing that your baseball card from 1927 is going to be burned up if this goes any farther? Oh my goodness.
Currently, you can just see residents leaving as it comes up on their homes. If you can look closely, you can see that back gate there is on fire.
Yeah. And some people are so worried that they're out there risking their own lives with their hoses, you know? So what do? Cut the water off during that time period? I'm sorry, your water has been cut off during this time period. Due to the irregular use of water in our area, we cannot provide water for you in your house. You know, if I lived in Canyon Country, I'd have like 5,000 or 6,000 gallon bladders with accelerator pumps ready to go on the roof. I mean, they must have some way of getting these things wetted down. I mean, come on. They've got chemicals, flame retardants. Is that politically correct to say flame retardant? I understand that the Democrats are trying to instigate hate speech now, so you can't use the R word. Wouldn't that be something if they made it a hate speech to use the word retard? Well, there are flame retardants, there's Trump tards, there's retardicans. All these uses of the word tard. I mean, can you imagine how that would be if they turned that into a hate crime? I wouldn't be allowed to say anything. I'd be like the whole show, and I'd have to put duct tape over my mouth and go, and the whole show would be titled Free Speech with duct tape over your mouth. Are they still trying to do a land grab in California? That's the whole thing. They're going to be doing this for years to come. The Rothschilds want total control. It's not enough that they have their little prodigal son here, James Alefantis, in the picture of the Rothschilds. What is he in the family photo for? You got to wonder. But they want total domination. They've got Comet Pizza in Washington, where he controls people with God knows what's going on behind the doors there, allegedly. You got James Alefantis doing whatever the Rothschilds tell him to do. They want total control of our country, and you're the only people that'll stand up to them and stop them if you vote for a third party. The only way we're going to stop the Rothschilds' attempt to control our country and the water rights of our country is to build this third party. Now, what are they doing? Well, they own the water rights and the gas rights in California. They own Sonoma County, which is burning right now. They own the water rights to that. The Rothschild and Rockefeller Consortium. Okay, we have a person who says that they just botched the stream over to iVlog. Okay. I'm writing that down as one of the records of this constant harassment that we're getting. Yeah. Okay, that's 1024. Okay, I recorded your message about how you're making money attacking our show. It's in the record. Thank you. I'm looking to get anything I can to record, make sure we have proof of what's happening. Of course, this is just... You want to PayPal me? No. No, you're not allowed to send me money. You're censoring my show. Why would you PayPal me? You have no idea you're committing illegal acts. Well, we'll see what you're doing long term. Nobody killed the chat. We're still chatting here. Okay, this is the area, the target area that the PG&E wants to control. This is a map of California fracking. They need the gas rights because there's a lot of gas down here. It's full of gas. So what they're trying to do is get rid of people. And they've got these tools called directed energy weapons, which is high technology that can actually burn you in your house without any warning at all. You can just fry in your bed. That's what happened to the people in the Woolsey fire. They woke up to their house burning and they died. It won't give you any time to respond. Once the laser hits your house, you're dead. I'm not brainwashing anybody. Woman calls Harvey Weinstein a rapist. Let's take a look. Powerful moment. Oh, now I can't even use Daily Mail. Yeah. Too bad. I eat bugs. Daily Mail won't even give me the rundown. Huh. And here I want to read it. Harvey Weinstein is surrounded by a cadre of young women and 2 bodyguards claiming he wasn't hiding. He came to watch young artists be vulnerable on stage, they say. Okay, well, thanks for the Daily Mail link, but they're not allowing me to look at it now. Isn't this amazing that they've got the ability to do this? These are actual photos the government won't even add to the list of possible arson reasons. And the houses that burned there were 3,000 degrees, which is not a typical fire. There's a reason when you go buy a safe, it says rated for 1,500 degrees. Yeah, because fires generally don't get higher than 1,500 unless a directed energy weapon hits you, and then you're going to burn at 3,000. It melted their refrigerator and their washer and dryer. All these houses were melted to the ground, and our government's not doing a damn thing to investigate this. So again, another reason for a third party. I rest my case. The Rothschilds will never stop until they're told to stop by a third party. They're getting away with unbelievable atrocities, and we're just sitting back going, oh yeah, whatever, you know. Hey, welcome, Insane Canadian. You're here. Let's start the show. Well, I would have gladly talked about the trouble that Trump is in right now. But we all know he's in trouble. The Republicans are looking more and more scared. It turns out that diplomat Bill Taylor's testimony reverberated through the House Republicans, according to GOP sources. A Senate impeachment trial could help Republicans answer big questions about Ukraine, Joe Biden and Hunter. They can certainly get started investigating this, I suppose, but if impeachment passes in the House, which it probably will, they have the votes, they're probably going to have to deal with it eventually, so they might as well get started. I don't know, Bengalitis. I'm not sure if Larry Sinclair had a relationship with Donald Trump or Barack Obama. Yeah. I think it was just a prostitute being with some, yeah. It was a terrible situation. Obama's gay, you know, and he had oral sex with a prostitute in a limousine in 1999 while he was doing crack cocaine. And all the Democrats think, oh, wow, that's great. At least he's expressing his bisexuality. See, the Democrats are now willing to accept the fact that Michelle was a transgender all those years, 8 years as FLOTUS, First Lady of the United States, first transgender of the United States. Hey, welcome guys at Twitter. I hope you're having fun. One person. We're in talk shows and podcasts. Do you think we should hang out somewhere else? Yeah. You want to do Larry? Well, I don't think Larry does work anymore, Milrose. If you're looking for a date, you know, I'm not sure if he's in that business anymore. Yeah. But if you want to hear about it, here it is. Larry Sinclair, everyone.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine. After which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Bravo, that was great. Yeah, we really got a chance to hear from Larry Sinclair there. Bravo. Good job, Larry, exposing Barack Obama. It's too bad nobody took you seriously in the media and you were completely censored. Bummer. We could have saved so much. Yeah, because Barack Obama never sued him for defamation, we have to assume in the court of public opinion that Barack Obama is guilty of having his you-know-what filleted. Whatever that means. Okay. Yeah. There was a big honoring of Elijah Cummings. Eli Cummings. Yeah, he was a great spokesman for the rights of black people. And he even questioned all the hate speech that's been going on. And a lot of you now are concerned about hate speech. And as you know, I don't allow the N-word in our show. But if you listen to the liberal majority in the Democratic Party, you definitely hear this, you know, well, everything's a hate word now. They're going to have a list of these things. You're not going to be able to talk. Okay, apparently Larry's in the room right now, Milrose. You can hang out with him at iVlog. Maybe you guys can hook up and get your transition to homosexuality, which you've been thinking about all the time. Yeah, make it happen, man. He's right over there in iVlog right now. I'm not encouraging you to have a prostitution experience, but you know, you might find that your hatred of women is really a secret desire for men. You see, Milrose, when you started talking about how women smell weird, we kind of figured that you were turning gay. Yeah. Can we have the Elvis Presley song? No, that's monetized. Everything you say in the show is hate speech. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I'm not outlawing hate speech. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to make it illegal to say anything. I just don't use the N-word in our show because I think that's a trigger. We talk about other things here, though, like Star Trek. We talk about things that are relevant to the future of our country. Technology. We could talk about technology tonight. The advent of RoboCops. You want to talk about that? Okay, enough of that. Let's talk about this amazing vertical windmill that I've got here. Yeah, this is the Savonius windmill attached to an electric pole. And believe it or not, we can generate electricity from this type of a windmill at wind speeds as low as 5 miles per hour. Breaking: Barr Durham investigation is officially a criminal investigation. Yeah, we know that Republicans do this all the time. They try to come up with a criminal investigation against the Democrats without any valid proof. It's a form of deflection when you're guilty. William Barr is guilty as hell and needs to recuse himself from this entire thing, especially the Ukraine thing. It's unbelievable. Breaking: oh yeah, William Barr, while he should recuse himself, is charging people with crimes left and right. Oh, breaking. Well, it turns out these windmills are readily available. They're actually in production. So remember, a few years ago I said, yeah, we can create one. Well, we don't need to. We can actually purchase the licensing of these things and build them. Yeah. So that's a big, huge potential for new jobs in America we have to always look at. Oh, they're investigating the Clintons? Really? Oh, okay. If it's part of their investigation into the Clintons, yeah, let's do it. It took Donald Trump 3 years to order William Barr or anyone else or Jeff Sessions to investigate Hillary Clinton. Gee, at this rate, maybe in about 60 years, we'll actually get a subpoena for her email records. It's taking forever. The Barr Durham probe into the origins of the Trump-Russian fiasco is now officially a criminal investigation. Okay. Well, again, what has been just a slow trickle of information about Donald Trump and taking Russian oligarch money is now somehow, oh, you illegally got that information. Oh, no. You know, if Hillary violated a law, I don't know what law she violated when she got the dossier. For that matter, if she violated a law, then Donald Trump would be violating a law trying to get the dirt on Hunter Biden, right? What's wrong with you Republicans? You're trying to use laws that clearly Donald Trump is guilty of against Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden now. Trump is one of the gang. He's a deep state player. They have a sex tape on Donald Trump. It's out there. I've seen pictures of it. I'm not going to play it for you now, but it definitely looks like him sitting next to two women, and it looks like one woman's, you know what, urinating on another. But we don't see that. It's all out of focus. It was purposely, made palatable for the human race to look at such evil perversity. Yeah. Robots. You got something for robots.
One day, overrun our planet. Will humans become extinct due to artificial intelligence? No one knows for sure what will happen, but these clips of robots saying very strange things confirm our chilling thoughts of the future. So, here are...
Okay, 6 scariest things said by robots. That looks like a fun show tonight. Yeah. Why not? We'll be doing a little bit later with Sarah because she's got a busy night tonight. She should be home probably in about an hour or so. 6 scariest things said by robots.
6 scary things said by AI bots.
I'm not sure who that was. Was that Condoleezza Rice or Bina 48? Hey, getting back to the future of humanity, you're all basically going to be arrested and sent to a FEMA camp if you don't start thinking in a democratic way. And I don't mean as Democrats, because they're the least democratic group out there. I mean people that believe in democracy. Because if we don't get the reins of our government by the time these things are ready to go and roll out the line, which is about 6 or 7 months from now, we're in trouble. Tulsi Gabbard is a complete turncoat Antifa person. We've seen her pictures with Antifa. We've got photographs of Tulsi forming the Illuminati triangle. I'm not going to take a look at her. No, Tulsi looks to me like she's completely owned, like she's a shill. There's something very suspicious about her. Yeah. Goody two-shoes kind of suspicious. She's hiding something. I'm not even sure she's a woman. I know that sounds kind of odd, but I mean, could we really prove that Tulsi is a woman? Here she is with Antifa drug or a gun lord at the bottom of the picture. And this has been credibly checked out by Snopes, making the sign of the devil with her hand. And then look at this. If this isn't an evocative picture, making the triangle the sign of the Illuminati. I'm sorry, but Tulsi is not a person of the people. She's clearly in the pocket of the rich Illuminati groups that are financing this race. I don't get any coverage, and she gets all the coverage in the world. She's on Hannity now. So you tell me what's rigged and what's not in America. For 11 years, I get no coverage, and she gets nothing but coverage. Tell me that's not a little rigged. You know, the wind power system is designed as a backup in case of a shortage or an electromagnetic pulse. It won't power up a village. It'll just keep your basic appliances rolling for maybe 2 hours a day. We'll be able to give you charge times and communications, but the wind power system isn't designed to pick up more than 10% of our renewable energy solution. I mean, if we have other renewable energy solutions, we will see more. It depends on how many there are and how much energy they produce. It may be more than 10%, but at best, maybe 30% of our power can come from renewable energy. We use a lot of power. America is perhaps one of the biggest power gluttons out there because the electric companies generally make way more than they need to. And we're tapping into it. The system is very inefficient. They make way more energy than we need, and then boom, we get charged a lot. Here is the fire from a Sepulveda Basin freeway. It's about 3 acres as of now, but there's another fire brewing in California right next to where this person is living. The fires at the Sepulveda Basin is about 3 acres as of now. Wow. So another fire blowing out of control in California. And not once did Mayor Newsom or Governor Newsom, not once have they actually considered getting a whole line of planes that dump water on top of fires. This is something they could have put together years ago, and they didn't. And now they're paying the price in California. Governor Newsom could have put together an order for a lot of these planes that dump water all over the place. They pick up water in lakes and in the ocean, and they dump the water right on top of the fires. If only we had these things. And some of the smaller ones are even more able to do this. Yeah. So we are concerned that this is not good governance by the California Governor Newsom. He's just a complete airhead. Glazed meat? Yes. Yes, I've done that. Hey, a big, you know what, David? I did some grassroots campaigning for you at a hotel some of the Democratic candidates were staying at. Thanks. Thanks for doing that, big you know what. Appreciate it. We've got a lot of problems with the two-party system. We want to convert Republicans and Democrats to the centrist position because we've got major problems. Because our government, our two-party system is owned by rich, powerful people like George Soros and Vladimir Putin. Because of all these financial connections to the two-party system, we need a third party to break away from their control. They're going to be able to use these robocops to impose their will on us. Okay, you got a really great journalist, Peter Orborn, that came up with an article. Do you have a link to that article? Insanely handsome? Okay. Okay, you left a note. Wow. You know, that's hate speech, and I'm afraid that's not acceptable here. And don't ever do that. You're defacing public edifices. Yeah. That's sick. We got a sicko in the room here. Breaking news, more pictures of the fire in the Sepulveda area. Let's take a look, more aerial shots of this. Yeah, look at that fire. It's terrible. Is this real? You got a... Well, yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's the one. I can't play that on the screen, Scissor Fight. If I put it on the screen... Yeah, that's quite a fire starting 3 acres right now. If I put that on the screen, the YouTube video won't upload. But that's the PP tape, yes. So all of you, if you want to catch it, here it is. It's being posted. I'll post it over here. There you go. It is real, in my opinion. Yeah, it's 24 seconds redacted of the PP tape, the Donald Trump and the 2 women. I'm not going to play it for anybody because, as you know, there's some serious things going on. Our government is not able to stop the shared information that's on the internet, and now it's becoming more obvious that, just like Mueller said, Donald Trump was blackmailed over the PP tape. And for our country's president to be blackmailed by Russia, according to Mueller, and we're not doing anything to stop that, and you Republicans are standing behind Trump, who's got that PP tape out there still, could be blackmailed over it. How do we know that Putin didn't tell him to get out of Syria, or else we're going to show you the full PP tape? How do we know that? Since blackmail went on, according to Mueller, how do we know it's not happening again? How do we know our position in Syria is changing because Donald Trump is being blackmailed by Vladimir Putin? How do we know that? It is real. Yep, I believe. Anyway, let's drift away from the support of the Biden, Warren, Trump, all these people who are Zionists, and talk about how we need to distance ourselves from the policies that have got us into trouble. In Iraq and Afghanistan, we're still in long-term wars protecting our ally Israel. When are we going to factor in the Muslim population in that region and realize that we have to find common ground for all of us to make peace? We can't do that by having Zionist leaders like Trump and Biden and Warren. We can't have Zionist leaders. We need somebody who's willing to stand up against AIPAC and say, no, we're not going to take your Israeli Political Affairs Committee money. Sorry. Because we're not necessarily going to do the bidding of Israel in our foreign policy. That would be a big about face for this country. We really need that. Okay, now we're going to talk about something completely different.
Is that George Papadopoulos, who you referenced earlier, had a meeting in 2016, actually several meetings, with this mysterious professor named Joseph Mifsud. They first met in Rome, and they later had follow-on contacts in London. And it was this professor who provided Papadopoulos with insight into what the Russians might be up to with regards to Hillary Clinton's email. Now, the counter-narrative is that, in fact, that's not the truth. The truth is that Mifsud was actually put up to this by Western intelligence, by the Obama administration. It was kind of an elaborate entrapment campaign. And so this is one leg of this conspiracy that involves, as the president said, potentially multiple foreign allies. And Barr and his top prosecutor, John Durham, are pursuing this counter-narrative.
Do those who adhere to the counter-narrative disbelieve the Russian attack, the Russian meddling or hacking of our election? Or do they think that both are true? In other words, yes, the Russians meddled, but the quote-unquote deep state then used that meddle as a means of access to investigate, surveil Trump and people around him.
Yes, you can actually believe both. You can say that the Russians did, in fact, launch and carry out this sabotage campaign. And at the same time, that the Obama administration and American allies were concerned enough about President Trump's ties to Russia and also the prospect of a Trump presidency to launch this spying campaign. Again, though, there is no evidence that has emerged to support this counter-narrative. And I think it's important to also put this in context, again, about the present. the reason why this phone call with the Ukrainian president in July so alarmed this whistleblower was not just that he was asking the president to help Rudy Giuliani in the effort to dig up dirt about Joe Biden and Hunter Biden. It was to go back and look at 2016. And he said, help Attorney General Barr. So Barr is the sort of parallel investigation going on that involves Ukraine, Italy, Australia, the UK, that's not getting as much attention, but it's important because it involves the arm of the federal government.
Okay, so Barr has apparently been running a separate investigation into Ukrainian control of our election, which is a diversion from the facts that we know. The State Department's already signed on to the fact that Russia did, in fact, manipulate the election through 184 million impressions on Facebook alone. That's just one example. Cambridge Analytica and all the manipulation they did controlling that group. License your face for a mass-produced robot for $129,000. You can actually have your face put on a robot. Yeah, isn't that exciting? Not. I'm sure somebody in Silicon Valley is just thinking, well, gosh, I made so much money on my Bitcoins, I might as well do it, dude. So robots will all look like nerds in the future. Yeah, I'm sure that's the case. It's a shame that we've got to, deal with these subpar robots even today. I'm kind of concerned that my face has been used by robots throughout the world, and that's disturbing. Meet Ham.
Meet Ham, a humanoid robot that can smile, frown, wink, or even act drunk, all at the push of a button. Wowing crowds at an electronics fair in Hong Kong, Ham's myriad of facial expressions are controlled by 40 motors. These are covered with a unique human-like skin called Frubber, short for flesh rubber. The ultra-realistic android can
actually look like a human being. Yeah, so the possibility that these things exist is very real. We have to factor the possibility in that even ugly people will be considered, robot-type people at some point. I'm flipping around. Correction. There's Ham. And man, that's just not happening here. Yeah. Meet Ham. Yeah, that's some sort of a weird glitch in this program. Anyway, they look pretty realistic, that's for sure. Okay, moving on. 129,000. Who has that kind of money to blow? Dave, today something, but you make me laugh. Okay, so you didn't like today, so you're enjoying today because I'm here? Thank you. Blesseth youeth. Sidethorn's girlfriend apparently has been released. The lady that got arrested with her husband.
Well, everybody, Jody Marie Mann is free.
Good.
And for the record, I will never have contact with her because her family does not want me to, and she will not contact me because it is actually in this order that she's not to talk to me or anybody from 153news.net. Isn't that crazy? Well, let's get into it. United States versus Jody Mann. It is ordered that the release of the defendant material witness is subject to the following conditions. The defendant material witness shall not commit any offense in violation of federal, state, local law while in release of this case. On release, the defendant material witness shall report as soon as possible to pretrial services or supervising officer any contact with any law enforcement, including
Yeah, I'll play this later. Yeah, that's serious. So they don't want her making any contact with any free source of journalism. They don't want to get the message out. She and her husband, Sidethorn, were arrested for simply offering $100,000 to anybody who can prove that the Sutherland church shooting occurred. You'd think somebody would have come out of the woodwork and said, yeah, I want to show you the pictures. No one claimed the $100,000. The police came down and said they were harassing the people of Sutherland and immediately arrested him on a weapons charge. And the two of them had been in jail for well over a year. I'm glad she's out. That sucked. Hey, rats learn to drive tiny cars. subsequently becoming more resilient. Isn't that special? Look at that. So they were able to use the AI system and manipulate their body and move around. Isn't it amazing? Even rats can have autonomous abilities. Look at that. They're driving their vehicle. Ah, that's so cool. Yeah. You dirty rat. Yeah, there they are. You dirty rat. You're driving your autonomous vehicle. When rats are taught how to drive rodent-operated vehicles, or ROVs, they subsequently showed biological signs of feeling accomplished. Really? They're like, dude, I totally scored. I drove the vehicle to my destination. You see, you're similar to these rats, you human beings. I must quote Mr. Smith from The Matrix. Mr. Anderson. You were like a rat in a maze, Mr. Anderson. You were simply controlled by the Matrix. Okay, I'm just kidding. Back at you. Isn't it amazing? I'll watch that later, too. Who doesn't want to watch rats in a maze? Yeah, remember the rat race? The great, amazing rat race? You're in it. I don't want to look at that picture of Donald touching and looking at, yeah, that's pretty intense, I gotta tell you. I'll be playing it over and over again in my background. Maybe rats will have a good time too. You know, G. Gordon, that is disgusting. That's a disturbing picture of me, and I'm gonna go ahead and ban you from the show. I'm so sorry you lost your account. Yeah. And same with that one with the bathroom talk. You can't come in here and do that. That's about the lowest of the lowest loser you can go, yeah. You're that guy whose girlfriend gets knocked up by some other dude? Oh man, I'm so sorry. You really calling her your girlfriend at this point? I mean, really? Are you sure you have a relationship with her? She seems like it's a little weird that, hey, somebody was tweeting, had a great idea to tweet Trump's greatest accomplishment, and then he ran out of something to say. Trump's greatest accomplishment is, and it just has a line there. Trump's greatest failure is, so what do we fill? Let's fill this out, you know? What do you say? We log in and retweet. I can't think of one accomplishment he's had. Does anybody know? Oh, preventing Hillary from being president. That's one, yeah. He hasn't defeated the deep state. He can't even prosecute Hillary. Yeah. Being Trump to a rich daddy. Okay. Dave, thoughts on Shroud going to Mixer? The Shroud of Turin is not actually going to be sent to a blender. They're protecting it, and it's really the image of Jesus in the shroud. What shroud are you talking about? Biden has got some problems. He can't seem to elevate past his status now, eight percentage points below Warren, because Warren wants to offer everybody a free education like she got after she lied about being a Cherokee Indian. That's how unscrupulous the Democrats are. The Democrats. Hey, here's something is a mind twister here. The four ghosts in Pac-Man are all programmed to act differently. Red chases you. Pink tries to position itself in a set way. Blue tries to ambush you. Orange is random. And Epstein didn't kill himself. Hi, Snow Queen. This is about as random and obscure as it gets. Yeah, you didn't know Epstein didn't kill himself, did you? Well, our government certainly doesn't care. They don't want to investigate the bogus autopsy report NYPD put out. Nobody wants to investigate why Jeffrey Epstein got away with unspeakable acts with kids, and now he's back at Epstein Island. I said last night I would get a skip loader and cadaver dogs out there right away and start digging on the ground. There's an underground facility there at Epstein Island. Why is the government ignoring that? Because Epstein's still there. He faked his suicide and he's still there. They still have them in play. Here's a call from somebody who's trying to stop our show, blocked us as soon as I started talking about Epstein. Yeah. Epstein, according to Acosta, the former labor secretary, is in intelligence. And he had to give him a light sentence in 2007 because Epstein is protected because he's in intelligence. So Epstein didn't die, people. There's no evidence he died. In fact, the only picture we have of his body is obviously not him. Yeah. It doesn't take a lot to realize this. You look at the orbital of his cheekbone, which is not even... And why was he injured? Look at the bruising around his ear and cheekbone. And why does he have a curved nose when Epstein had a straight nose? And why does his ear different? The answer is, it's not him. It's some poor bag person they beat up. Yeah, they killed some poor bag person to replace his body. So clearly we've been lied to. Again, another reason for a third party. Thank you very much. Yeah. Start realizing this, folks. Yeah, you're not going to get through because you've been blocked. Okay. Yes, Michael, what's going to do? Somebody's calling my number. Yes, I got this from the bathroom. Yeah, somebody's been putting my name up on a bathroom wall and my phone number. Oh, Steve Scalise is on fire. Wow. Well, after being nearly shot a while back, now he's on fire. Jeez. Okay, let's take a look. Goodness. He's on fire, according to this.
Closed doors. Literally, what is Adam Schiff trying to hide? I think that's a question so many people have, so many of my colleagues have.
First of all, this is not a judicial period. This is a discovery stage in which the House can do anything they want, investigate anyone they want, anytime they want in a closed session. This moron doesn't even understand procedural law in Congress. Yet he's some sort of a representative. He doesn't realize they're supposed to stay out of that room because right now it's in the discovery stage. When they get it to the Senate, then you can go at it.
So many people in the press should have is through those hidden closed doors over there, Adam Schiff is trying to impeach a president of the United States behind closed doors, literally trying to overturn the results of the 2016 election a year before Americans get to go to the polls to decide who's going to be the president. And frankly, it should be the people of this country who decide who's going to be the president, not Nancy Pelosi, and not...
We have a representative democracy, you fool, and they have every right to meet behind closed doors. You call that on fire? That guy's barely able to have a bowel movement. God. Give me a break. Relax, Republicans. Your president will be impeached in the House. Then you can convince all those Republican sucktard senators that will just completely cave into Russia. Meanwhile, Trump is undermining our policies in Syria and other countries, which Putin seems to want. So many Republicans are going to go say, wait a second, Trump really is acting like he's doing Putin's bidding in Syria. Should we really have him as our president? Really? And I think that's going to be the Waterloo for Donald Trump. I predict, and you can count me wrong, but I predict that Mike Pence will be our president in about 6 months. Or worse, Nancy Pelosi. People in this country haven't decided who's president in decades. Well, that's true too. But as far as the representative democracy is concerned, whatever version of that they have, it has procedural law, and they are violating procedure. They're not allowed to go into a closed session. Aren't you popular? I know I'm not really popular, no. People don't know who I am. Hey, I'm opening up the cameras, so if you want to talk, you can. Adam Schiff was never my I never liked him. He gets money from Soros. I'm a centrist, man. I don't like the Democrats or the Republicans. I don't like what Adam Schiff has been doing. He made a statement that mocked the president, and it didn't play well, and the president was pissed off, rightfully so. But Trump is making all kinds of mistakes. He never should have gone to Ukraine and offered a quid pro quo to the Zelensky in order to get dirt on Biden. He never should have done that. Trump should have been warned. In fact, I would blame his advisors like Giuliani, but here he had an advisor who was out there doing the same thing. This is called Trump Idiocracy Clown World Convergence 1, the letter.
You know, we didn't mention, this story is actually a couple of days old. President Trump sent a letter, what was it, over the weekend? I forget which day it was.
It was Thursday of last week.
Yeah, it was last week. He sent a letter to President Erdogan, and President Erdogan threw the letter in the trash can.
Right. We have that letter on the screen there.
So, you know, when President Trump brags that one country is responsible for this peace settlement, nobody else did it. He's literally saying he did it, the United States. No, Mr. President. President Erdogan threw your letter in the trash can.
Yeah, actually, the person that made this whole thing happen was Vladimir Putin telling Trump what to do. That's why we are pulling out of Syria, and Putin is establishing a stronger foothold in the Middle East. Thank you, Donald Trump. Yeah, and you Republicans wanted that, I guess. I wanted to get out of Syria, but I wanted to relieve the Kurdish people of their concerns by establishing batteries of anti-ballistic missile systems. Trump didn't employ that. I had a very complex, high-tech solution called a weapons-free safe zone, intended for areas like this, where we would actually defend them using automation. Trump never put any of that in place. Instead, he used my word safe zone again 2 days ago in a tweet. And I tweeted him back saying, that's my word. I created that. I actually blogged about it in 2009, and I'm on record in YouTube and many different channels talking about it. In no way would I do the bidding of Vladimir Putin like Trump is doing in this region. He's clearly sucking up to Putin in every way. So we are going to be dealing with the advent of modern technology like cybernetics. I've got a few robotic clips here I probably should play you. Yeah, I'm looking. We just got something from Misanthropy that says, yeah, unfortunately, it says that your mineral content in all of our food has dropped so significantly. It's down 90% from vegetables in the old days. So all this watered down, advanced farming techniques with chemical fertilizers and pesticides and herbicides has amassed a massive problem. Magnesium is a critical mineral in the human body. It's involved in 80% of known metabolic functions. It's currently estimated that 60% of adults do not achieve the average dietary intake of magnesium, and 45% of Americans are magnesium deficient. Hypertension, diabetes, neurological disorders. This deficiency can be attributed to common dietary practices, farming techniques, where the vegetables are not getting the necessary magnesium that they need. Wow. Fascinating stuff, man. It confirms what I've been saying all along. We're eating cardboard. The vegetables that are coming out of the godforsaken DDT-ridden hellhole down in South America, arriving at our front door as a shipment and export, we're eating it and we're getting sicker. And that's why a lot of women, hey, Mr. Big Mr. E, a lot of women are actually very addicted to chocolate, because chocolate is one of the most magnesium-rich foods out there. Yeah, along with meat and other things. So magnesium happens to be a very interesting mineral. We're very depleted across the board because of these bad farming techniques. Okay, giving HIV to somebody on purpose should not be a crime according to Pete Buttigieg. Yeah, check this out. This is phenomenal. This openly gay man who often quotes scripture and claims that he's divinely gay, I guess, is now saying that giving HIV on purpose to someone should not be a crime. Now, it's a misdemeanor in California, but it's a felony in other states. But oh no, this mayor of South Bendover, Indiana, says giving someone HIV on purpose should not be a crime. Wow, this guy's out of his mind. It's not fair and it needs to change. Wow. Well, I'm pretty sure he's not going to win the presidency. My goodness. He wants to decriminalize murder. Can you imagine? That's up there with Donald Trump saying, oh, I could go outside and murder someone and my fans are so loyal, they'll still vote for me. Ah! That guy, no, he used a picture of me that's been doctored and photoshopped. That's not me. It's a Photoshop version of me. Larry says the Kentucky jail claimed to have given him AIDS when you were being tortured. I heard you were in Delaware. I didn't know you were in Kentucky, Larry. Larry Sinclair says he was tortured in Kentucky, not just... Yeah, you were in Delaware for a while, but now you're saying you were tortured and they claim they gave you AIDS? You need to get restitution there. I know. Buttplug got second in corporate donations behind Trump for healthcare. We saw that. But it just shows you how confused corporate politics is now. They don't even know who to vote for. They'll vote for the gayest guy out there thinking that the country's turning gay, and we're not. Most of us are centrists. We don't normalize homosexuality. The deviant Democrats are normalizing deviant behavior. They're the ones that are doing it. No, I'm not going to unban G. Gordon Liddy because he violated my rules. You're not allowed to post that. You really want to post stuff like that and lose your account forever? And it's not going to happen. Okay, this is a bit off topic.
Let's take. Tower. And it's a vertical worm farm. Just a big pipe going down into the garden, holes in the side, open to the bottom. The worms only live in organic matter, so they won't go into the soil. These are compost worms, not earthworms.
That's a great idea.
The byproduct is these have great fertilizing qualities for the garden and create a compost and a worm juice that gives us free fertilizer.
Good. That's a great idea.
Fantastic convenience for a home garden or an urban garden. And here it's a community garden demonstration.
Nice.
With these compost worm towers, the miniature vertical worm farm is in the garden.
I love it.
They don't leave there. They don't go through the soil. They're being well fed. They stay right there where there's high quality organic matter.
These worms are meant for wiggling, and that's what they're going to do. Well, the red wrigglers are going to wiggle all over you. I know. I'll play that for her when she gets in. Well, that's an atrocity to think that Buttigieg is trying to make it illegal to give people AIDS. What a tragedy. To even allow a person to get into the top of the race with these types of ideas shows you how corrupt the Democratic Party has become. It's a garden. It's a worm garden. So we have DRC IHMSC Robotics here. And he's got stuff all over his channel. I'm going to give you his link. Subscribe to this guy if you want to see robots. She'll be here in about probably a half an hour or so. Yeah, this is a robot expert, and he's got numerous robots that he tracks. Atlas wooden board with ruby rubble. Humanoid robot Atlas blind walking over rubble.
Ça tourne!
Another stab at it. Bravo! Yeah, we got that channel for you. You can watch that anytime.
Ça tourne!
Well, let's be clear. Now, many of the stars of Terminator are coming together, and they're going to give you a warning about robots. And I'm only going to play a few seconds of this because it's an AP feed. They may just monetize it. But I'll play it later. Arnold Schwarzenegger and Linda Hamilton are communicating about robots and the dangers.
But today, all of the stuff that we talked about then has become a reality, except that machines are not yet self-aware. But
excuse me, but you're saying that machines are not self-aware. I'm a cybernetic organism, human flesh over a metal exoskeleton. I'm more aware than you think. How can you say that the humans are not aware? I think you're wrong. They are very aware. Robots are very aware, Arnold. Yeah.
everything else.
My relationship with technology was just started in 1984, and we do not get along.
Linda Hamilton doesn't like technology. She probably doesn't like her tablets and all the things that they're forcing on her. I'm a cop, you idiot. But I'm not a cop. So don't make me think I'm not pretending to be a cop. It's just a line that he said. I'm on the front page, really? It's hard to believe. Yeah. Here's breaking news. Hunter Biden's scandal expands into Romania involving corrupt land deals, shady East real estate, a tycoon. Okay. Good to know. We know that Biden and his son Hunter had their fingers in the cookie jar big time. Biden got money from Burisma. And by the way, the entire question about Trump doing a quid pro quo, which does appear that he did, comes down to one word over another word about what exactly he was investigating. Was it Joe Biden or Hunter Biden, or was it Burisma? And if it was Burisma, yeah, Trump might slip out of this, claiming he just wanted to stop corruption, and he did the same thing Joe Biden did, pretty much, and would not be an impeachable offense. But if it was Hunter Biden and it becomes established that he was trying to get the dirt on Joe, that's illegal. Here's a study from the BMJ Research Association that says that mandatory childhood vaccination could cause irreparable damage. Propaganda should not be allowed to overwhelm policy. So the scientists are saying, hey, we shouldn't force kids to have vaccinations. It's too much too soon. And of course, you know that I side with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on this issue. I don't believe that the CDC has done necessary testing on the battery of vaccines they're giving kids today. And a lot of healthcare professionals are worried that this is a definite connection to autism. It's the rate at which you give these vaccines that oftentimes leads to this. But we should not let the propaganda push our policy, that's for sure. Irreparable damage, serious. Well, if you got a link on the Hunter Biden scandal expanding to Romania, feel free to post it, Guest 293, even if you have to, adjust it. Here's the thing, Misanthropy is saying, not only has the measles vaccine reduced the general level of immunity in the population, it may cause the evolution of the B3 strain, which is apparently less susceptible to the vaccine. You see, vaccines are just attenuated viruses, which can also mutate. The idea that a vaccine is somehow going to guarantee your immunity is not real. In fact, most of the flus that you get nowadays don't have vaccines. Only 1 or 2 flu viruses have vaccines, and they're trying to give people vaccines all over the place, thinking that's going to stop your flu virus. It's not. They have to unlock the exact flu you have and then provide you pre-advanced immunity. It's simple. Simple common sense tells you that most of these vaccines are dangerous. Who's a cop? I'm not the cop, you idiot. Okay, let's just take out the HTTPS and the libcat desk. Okay. Right, the Republicans are calling for criminal charges against Adam Schiff. Yeah. Yeah, you can post a link without putting HTTPS or www in it, and it'll come through, yeah. I'll cut and paste it. Well, they want to blame anti-vaxxers for everything, like the spread of disease. It's just not the case. I mean, if you didn't want to vaccinate your kids, and your kids are vaccinated, or other people's kids are vaccinated and you don't want to vaccinate your kids aren't posing a danger to the kids that are vaccinated. It makes no sense that they couldn't go to school with the kids who are vaccinated. Well, it's not really a proven science. Vaccinations is still kind of an ancient science. It was done by Louis Pasteur, and it's not really well honed. And they've been running with this idea that they could just produce massive amounts of vaccines for years. And our country's wasted probably close to $50 billion on vaccines. I don't think anybody should be forced to be vaccinated. It's number one, it's a violation of your right to privacy. Your body is the most private thing you have. To force somebody to stick a needle in you and take that injection of God knows what, that's like akin to rape. I think you could actually say you're being raped by the needle. Truly. So I don't see how you people think that we should be forced to vaccinate. What's wrong with your brain? Don't you realize that vaccinations have spread disease? Okay, let's change the subject here. This is ridiculous. And I can't possibly talk to you about anything. Yeah. Eventually the mutated measles will start killing a bunch of people. It'll be the fault of the anti-vaxxers, they'll claim, but it's actually the vaccines themselves that are spreading it. A major hospital algorithm is biased against black people? Really? Dissecting racial bias is in an algorithm used to manage the health of populations. Huh. Black patients assigned the same level of risk by the algorithm are sicker than white patients. The authors estimated that this racial bias reduces the number of black patients identified for extra care by more than half. Wow. The bias arises because the algorithm predicts healthcare costs rather than illness. But unequal access to care means that we spend less money caring for black patients than for white patients. You know, this is the same study that Bill Clinton spent $72 million on, pretty much. He found out that Puerto Rican women get better prenatal care than Caucasian women. He spent $72 million on that wasteful study. And our government can't even detect that Epstein is not the same guy. You know, why are we going to have a conversation when we still have Epstein running loose on Epstein Island? Why are we having a conversation at all when our government isn't even bothering to investigate this guy? Think about it. Why are we even allowing the two-party system to run our country when they can't do a good job? Good night, my beautiful cat Fluffy. Government controlling our way of life? What? Government controlling your life equals freedom? Wow. So Ocasio believes that the government telling you what to do equals freedom.
Not only must we recognize what is broken, and that has resulted in why we're here, but we need to recognize the principles that will drive us forward. Because the logic that got us into this mess is not gonna get us out.
I'm sorry, but the logic of you telling us what to do is not going to get us out of anything. Other than incarcerated, the whole population will be zip-tied like a bunch of communist enslaved victims in the gulag. Unbelievable. Well, I'm glad that we're dealing with reality here, and I certainly don't want to dissuade you from thinking that in any way that AI is taking over. But granted, there is a lot of concern about the existence of AI. Some people even believe that I've been replaced by some sort of an AI system. How else could I possibly be doing a show all these years against all odds with no money? It is kind of a quandary to answer to, simply because here I was 11 or 10 years ago talking like this.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV.
Yeah, so clearly I've been up to this for 11 to 10 years now, and you got to wonder how I can maintain this. It's not humanly possible, but it is. And I've been doing it because I'm powered by principle. I wouldn't be able to do this if I didn't believe in what I do. And truly, we need a third party. We can't just sit around talking about it all the time. They've got a new Save the Planet, Eat the Babies t-shirt. Well, this woman walked right in on an Ocasio-Cortez meeting and said that she thinks that the only way to save the planet is to eat the children. And sure enough, they've got a t-shirt now. Up to $42 it costs. Wow. I'm not endorsing this, folks. The woman actually said that in front of Ocasio-Cortez. Eat the children. And you know what really shocked me? Ocasio didn't even bother telling her that, ma'am, you shouldn't eat children. She didn't even say that. I guess she felt it was politically incorrect to tell the woman that you can't eat children.
And I don't understand.
Technology.
Today's world where for our convenience, we create a system where we don't have to stand up to turn off the lights.
Exactly. And, Arnold and Linda Hamilton were saying we're creating really people that don't move and exercise. And then you got people who don't make sense, who have brains the size of small gerbils, talking to large groups of people about how the government's going to give you freedom.
So we need to build a mass movement in America centered on working class, the poor, the middle class, one that is actively anti-racist. Anti-racist.
Well, what does anti-racist mean? Because I've heard a lot of black people use the racist word. Now, isn't that racism to call people a racist when you think about it? I'm not sure where the line is drawn. I mean, if you're going to call people names all over the place, calling people racist, then you're racist. And I'm okay with people using free speech, but to say it's not legal to say somebody's racist, that would be weird, wouldn't it? Coconut oil is one of the safer oils. Yeah, it's good for your skin, and it's considered a very safe oil, coconut oil. Well, it's brilliant circular logic to say that it's racist to call a person a racist. You think AOC as president would be entertaining one day? I'm going to purge that from this show. Yeah, I don't allow that crap in this show. I didn't work all these past 10 years to listen to somebody say they want to see AOC as our president. I haven't had 1 second of media time, and you actually have the audacity to say that. It's not funny, it's sick. At this point, the Democrats do seem like Antifa members. I agree. There's something very wrong with the Democrats who are running their mouth off, acting like it's okay to take away your freedom of speech. There's a lot of problems with that. Yeah, it's a very slippery slope. I'm sorry, I just don't want to see you talking about how wonderful Ocasio is in my show. Thank you. It may be a joke, but it's not funny to me because what I see are a bunch of puppets that are being pushed by George Soros and other people to push our entire country to the left, normalizing behavior that would never be acceptable in the eyes of the normal population. Yeah, and now we see Tulsi making the sign of the Illuminati. Yeah, clearly she's not a person who stepped out of the box and said, we've got Illuminati problems. Yeah, so we've got those pictures. We've got another picture which has been verified by Snopes as being real. He's standing there with an Antifa activist at the bottom who's a gun dealer. Look at that guy. So Tulsi is not what you think she is. She's got an agenda, far left agenda, which is probably getting funded by George Soros. Well, I don't normally quote Snopes, but I can tell you, in that particular case, they verified that the picture is real. I'd like to see her run butt naked in a nudist colony, but is that going to happen? I don't think so. The entire election system is rigged. Yeah, but if you listen to the Democrats, they'll try to get rid of the Electoral College. And then we won't have a safeguard against unrestricted popular votes from dictating what we do. And the cities of America will control our destiny. Look what happened with Obama. We had 8 years of that do-nothing joke of a hypocritical president, thanks to the Democrats. And now we've got 4 years, nearly 3.5 years of the retardican Trump choice, which has left us with no real solutions other than a guy tweeting incessantly about how he's being picked on and lynched. I mean, what a joke. We've wasted, 16 years between Obama and George W. Bush, and now you got another 4 years of wasted time with Donald Dumb Trump. Mr. Flip-Flopper. So, hark, I hear someone coming. The door is opening. You can joke all you want, yeah. If you want to joke about Ocasio running, go right ahead. Hey, I can only push back time so long. Eventually I'll be, a pretty old guy, and you'll wonder, gee, Dave, when are you gonna get any mainstream media attention? Well, if I'm able to duplicate my cellular structure and clone myself, I might have a chance. Meanwhile, you've got these people. The Democrats put criminals in charge of their plan for America. People like Elizabeth Warren, who lied openly, perjured herself about her Cherokee ancestry and got all this free money to get a college education and is now worth $8 million. Or Beto O'Rourke, who simply wants to marry money. He married a woman who has $12 billion family money. And this guy was a criminal and has a record. Of course he wants that gun control. He wants to take your guns away. Most criminals would. Don't you think criminals would want you to be without a gun to defend your house? That's why he's pro-gun control. Plus, don't forget, this guy wrote a story about wanting to murder children. What's with that? That is not funny. This is a nice tie. I love this tie because it implies water, and I think water is the future. The future of technology really revolves around green, clean technologies. Yeah, I know. It's kind of amazing to realize, gee, we could make things that other countries might actually buy, you think? Yeah. Believe it or not, countries want to have fresh water. Everyone wants fresh water. Hey, you made it.
Made it. About time.
Yeah. We must filter the water, and we must filter the air too. We promote technologies that will do just that. And it'll be cheap and easy and affordable, and our government will actually build recyclable systems that will take in filter systems for air and water. It'll be a lot cheaper than it is now. We spend $15 on a water filter for our house for like 30 gallons of water. It's really expensive. So hopefully filters will get cheaper. Thank you. Sarah's here, and she's going to give you guys a little talk, and I'll be back. I'm going to make a little dinner. Oh, I want to show you the worm tower. Check this out. This guy does a worm thing. I'll play it for the show again. He does a worm thing that is brilliant. You could do it in your garden, but it won't absorb that much compost. But check out what he does, and I'll give you the tutorial, and I'll be right back.
The worm tower. And it's a vertical worm farm. Just a big pipe going down into the garden, holes in the side, open to the bottom. The worms only live in organic matter, so they won't go into the soil. These are compost worms, not earthworms. But the byproduct is, these have great fertilizing qualities for the garden and create a compost and a worm juice that gives us free fertilizer. Fantastic convenience for a home garden or an urban garden, and here it's a community garden demonstration. With these compost worm towers, the miniature vertical worm farm is in the garden. They don't leave there, they don't go through the soil. They're being well fed, they stay right there where there's high quality organic matter. And here, the juices and the compost fertilize the garden in situation. You don't have to separate your worm farm from your garden. Great design.
Well, I like that idea a lot. I do wonder about like what happens when your worms.
Hi everybody, I have
but maybe,
some information that I want.
Maybe it just keeps settling or something, because I've noticed the thing about a worm with worms is that you put in the compost, they make the castings, but then that can stack on top of it. Well, that's it. That's what you do to create it. Worm. All right, you saved a link for me. Psychology Today blog, rabble rouser, intellectual corruption, something. Sorry, never mind. Intellectual corruption and peer review. 3 scholars have published a slew of intentionally ridiculous papers and major peer-reviewed scholarly journals designed to expose intellectual corruption of parts of academia. The papers make intentionally absurd arguments or present highly implausible and fabricated data to justify overturning supposedly or actually oppressive and inegalitarian systems of power and status. The authors put it, underlying these alleged social constructions is the most deeply concerning of them all. This is the belief that an urgent need of disrupting is the simple truth that science itself, along with our best methods of data gathering, statistical analysis, hypothesis testing, falsifying, and replicating results, is generally a better way of determining information about the objective reality of any observable phenomenon than our non-scientific, traditional, cultural, religious, ideological, or magical approaches. That is, for grievance studies scholars, science itself and the scientific method are deeply problematic, if not outright racist and sexist, and need to be remade to forward grievance-based identitarian politics over the impartial pursuit of truth. You like showing me how junk science is. I know you do. What are my favorite oils to use with food? Sesame oil. I don't have much sesame oil and I should go buy some. Thank you. I don't even think I have any in the house at all. And it's my favorite oil. Oh, goose fat and duck fat you say are good? I love sesame oil. I love the smell of it. I love it when it's on the stove simmering. I was just finishing my hot cocoa from 6 o'clock this morning or whatever it was. I don't know. I do not like truffle oil. Or maybe the truffle oil that David had went bad and I don't know. But no, because Connie had some truffle oil once. It's like truffle oil is like mushrooms and I don't know. Mushroom as an oil? No. The only kind of mushrooms I like these dried shiitake mushrooms. And I like cooked mushrooms. But I don't. I do that with my pinkies. I don't know. Is that a bad thing? Yeah, you're right about palm oil. It's not good. Yeah, pretty much. Those are the only kinds of mushrooms I like. Whatever those white regular mushrooms are, if they're cooked, I'll do them. But I don't. Stuffed mushrooms, you know, like cooked mushrooms or portobello. But I don't do any, obviously, no psychedelics. But I don't like raw mushrooms, and I do not like truffle oil. Well, they weren't on shrooms, but all the rest of that statement is true. America's the best one. David and Tequala were in a McDonald's in Chicago, and they saw some mafia guy. I was there too. Wait, they think I'm shrooms? I'm not shrooms. I don't have any thoughts on her. What? I don't have any thoughts on that. Should I go find out what it is so I can have a thought on it? Okay. 693's opinion is Sinclair's babbling nonsense feeds into the conspiracy theories that apparently fuel David's campaign. You're not defending Beto, more pointing out the preposterous comparisons being proffered here from time to time. Beto will never attain the presidency. No, well, David did get this shirt, and realized it was too tight for him, so I tried it on and it fits me. So that's where I got the shirt from. And then I look like him because I have on my nice new sports jacket. Because I was meeting with parents, so I decided to dress for the occasion. Autonomous footsteps. Do you buy new clothes, or am I in Dave's camps? I'm mostly in Dave's camps. Dave's camp of... a lot of clothes I was given by David's sister. And then I also usually shop at consignment stores. There are a couple things I got new, but not much. I did, yes, KonMari. I learned about organization over spring break, and I got rid of a lot of my clothes in my closet, and a lot of my jewelry too. And then my mom bought me some earrings. Sorry, Mom, I'm probably going to get rid of those too. I agree with you. That's one thing I do correct. Yes, Space Shuttle is I buy my new underwear. Yeah, I know. It is hard to believe David has a sister. He is one of a kind. But, you know, I have a sister too, and we're not necessarily alike. Oh, good. How about spoon, plastic fork? Are you getting along with that one? Or knife? You like my shirt? You say it's like Molly Ringwald. Don't go there. I can do everything spoon can do, but better. It's true, you can. And better than spork too. I mean, it's very difficult to eat a salad with a spoon or a spork. No, I don't want her over here, Misanthropy. Yes, I buy new socks too. And I buy like these things called 32-degree heat underlayers. That to stay warm. Yeah, you would, John. No, not gonna happen. I don't. You can see her on her own channel. Okay. Maybe I should start deleting, getting rid of the things. I don't know. That's pretty interesting. Not on Vaughn, but I think on YouTube or something. I don't think she actually streams. I think she does sometimes makes videos and uploads them. Okay, David. Okay. You got a brain scan at the hospital. Someday a computer may use it to identify you. She's not a UFC fighter. Yeah, it's like that song, John Uncaged. Have you heard that there's this lyric in a song? My mama don't like you and she likes everyone. I really hate to admit that I was wrong. I've been so caught up in my... Didn't know what's going on. Now I'm here. Should I should I create a free account at the New York Times with Google or Facebook so they can track me? My daily lunch usually consists of whatever David makes on Thursday. And then I take in sometimes a yogurt. I try to do a low sugar yogurt. And then sometimes some like some kind of fruit mix, sometimes vegetables. Yeah, that's part of it, John. A small part. Do. Never lied to admit that I was wrong. You can identify if a selfie was taken with a recent iPhone by just looking at it. Must be really super, lots of pixels, eh? What? Is it really?
Are in teaching kids is that they're teaching them nothing.
Oh my God. Yep.
I like that outfit.
Thank you.
Nice.
I'm sure. Yep. Alright, people with iPhones think they're more attractive than they are because the camera blurs their skin. Ew. It does a weird blur thing to the skin. Oh, weird. You are welcome. I know. It happens. Mistakes grow your brain. Oh, goodness. You use an iPhone, it doesn't blur your skin? He says a new iPhone. Is it a new iPhone? Are you cool like that? I do not have a new iPhone. I do not have an iPhone. I have an Android. I like my Android. Yeah, it's true. I know. Ah. 524, wait, 738, a demon? Who's being controlled by a demon? 542 is? That's not good. Oh, Mr. Bill. I don't think he wants to do that, though, John. No. That would not be David's fun times. Oh, please, no. I would not want that space shuttle. No, thank you. Not gonna happen. Maybe I'll just stay a little bit later tonight and then I'll just be here once. Oh, right. I was going to research that. I don't know what that is, Misanthropy. So she's a California representative that she denied sexual relationship with one of her congressional staffers 3 hours ago, but 4 hours ago it says she admits to a relationship with a campaign staffer. Two days ago she's denying it, and then 5 hours ago she admitted to it. I think that when you're in a position of power, you really have to be careful and be above relationships. Oh, no, and then she's threatening legal action over nude photos. She's threatening Daily Mail for posting what it claims are nude photos of her. The issue is that maybe what is that? What is a butterface? I don't know. Now I have to look that up. Oh, never mind. I think I knew. No. You find her very attractive, Misanthropy? Is that what you're saying? And she's the opposite? You think she has a good face and everything else is not good? With lots of makeup, maybe. Okay. Well, I think she probably, maybe she is 50 years old. I wonder how old she is. Oh, wait, no, she is young, 87. She's 9 years younger than me. She's only 32. Okay. Alright, I think I've gone. Thanks for opening that can of worms. Pence accuses Nike and NBA of pandering to China. He calls Nike and the NBA's position on China un-American. Hunter Biden stepped down from a Chinese company and admits he had poor judgment. Yeah, I think you should vote for yourself. Starts with one vote. Then you just have to convince everybody else to vote for you. House Republicans storm a secure room and they demand to see closed-door proceedings. Dozens of House Republican members interrupted a closed-door deposition on Trump's dealings with Ukraine. They say they were being denied access. Wikipedia actually has a... Oh. They actually have a list of candidates in 2008? Wow. Well, I think... No, there wasn't a David John Sponheim from Maryland running. I think they said something about Maryland because... I think Maryland you can actually get on the ballot fairly easily. A major donor to Trump and Clinton is going to plead guilty to campaign finance case. A major donor made thousands of dollars of illegal contributions. Wow. New culture of censorship. Free speech is protected by the First Amendment because it's vital to sustaining not only free thought, but free action as well. This is from allsides.com by Philip Bader. Our freedom of speech means we can discuss ideas, call attention to any form of injustice in the system, and have no fear expressing what we think of the policies of people in power, all of which are crucial to the freedoms we enjoy. Unfortunately, censorship, the biggest threat to all of the above, is rearing its ugly head once again, just like it did during the most tumultuous times in the history of the United States. One only needs to take a look at what's happening on college campuses to get a good glimpse of how this new culture of censorship works. It's become pretty normal for protesting students to shout down speakers at public universities and chase lecturers away. Violence has even ensued during demonstrations. Because of this growing trend, President Trump issued an executive order requiring colleges and universities to create and enforce protections for free speech in order to receive federal research and educational money. I thought David was misanthropy. However, campuses frequently suppress any kind of speech that criticizes the administration, designate tiny free speech zones, or stage protests where participants shout phrases like, "Free speech harms." With everything that's going on, one can't help but wonder if public institutions are allowing a free exchange of ideas, or if they're just curbing speech that's intolerable, offensive, or just plain annoying to them. And if you thought censorship was confined to colleges, then you need to know about John Kotler and his ongoing fight with the California DMV. Kotler, a professor at the University of Southern California, filed a complaint against the California DMV for violating his freedom of speech after it denied his application for a personalized license plate with COYW, which stands for Come On You Whites. The plate was meant to be Kotler's expression of support for his favorite soccer team, the Fulham Football Club. That's the slogan used by fans of the London-based team as a rallying cry, and it refers to the white jerseys the team members wear. But despite his explanation and context, the California DMV rejected the vanity plate, saying it potentially had racial connotations and could upset lots of drivers. If you're a driver in California, you probably just wonder what that on a license plate means. Shrug it off in seconds and get on with your day. If you're a driver in California and a Premier League fan as well, you recognize the acronym and conclude the driver of that car is a Fulham Football Club fan. With the California DMV's decision to reject the vanity plate, it shows that it's trying to protect the public from every imagined offense. The question is, do drivers in California know what exactly the DMV is shielding them from? Now, all likelihood, the average California driver will have a hard time finding anything offensive or politically incorrect in various vanity plates rejected by the DMV. Makes you wonder why the DMV would go to such lengths when the average person isn't likely to find anything wrong with a phrase in the first place. Speech will always lead to consequences, but if there's one type of speech that is the most important to protect, it has to be offensive speech. When everyone agrees with a certain idea, no one will protest against it. On the other hand, objectionable, even despicable ideas are the ones that must be given a chance to be heard and subsequently challenged. Simply trying to silence offensive speech isn't the way to defeat it. The best way to deal with offensive speech is to counter it with better speech. Our fear of offending someone can keep us from speaking up, and we must never allow that to happen. Philip Bader is a social media and editorial assistant at Pacific Legal Foundation. He manages PLF's digital platforms and interacts with and expands his audience. He has a center bias. People do rely on their emotions a lot. Yeah, I think that's why you found this chat room, Misanthropy, because you relate to David. David does not want to be fake. Well, this one is good. Common ground in politics is possible. It just needs coverage. Yeah, it does take letting people speak their mind. Yep. True, John Uncaged.
I gave you an extra cooked frittata with half of an Angus burger.
Oh, thanks.
It's extra cooked, so it's not really.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for coming in and doing this. I will be. Yeah, you might want to turn the heater on. It's 63 degrees in there.
Okay, I think I'm gonna go have dinner.
Get comfy. Yeah. You look like you need a good break.
Yeah, I've got to go in early tomorrow.
Okay. You better get some sleep. If you want, you can get some sleep. You know, have your dinner and then go to bed. You need it.
Probably will.
Yeah. Sarah works so hard during the week. You know, it's very difficult for her to give me these breaks. But at least she gets a dinner out of it. You know, that's a good thing. So the recorded broadcast did not work out with the frittata. Unfortunately, there was an error in the recorded broadcast. So I'm going to see if Twitch has a copy of it. We'll take a look at it there. Maybe I can edit it down using their tools. But it's good to use online tools to video edit, so it's okay. I think I have it on Twitch, if I'm not mistaken, but we'll see. And where is Twitch? I thought I had it up here. Huh. Somebody got rid of it. Wow.
No, I just moved it over. It's behind your other ones.
Oh, you have it behind it? Okay.
I just moved it to the other side.
Yeah. No, that's Psychology Today. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's over in front of another one. Oh, okay. Great. Now I lost Periscope. It goes from bad to worse. I guess we don't have Periscope. Yeah. Okay, I'll open up Periscope then. Yeah, I gotta watch the chat over there. It's very sporadic, but you never know. Okay. Cooking Up Politics is still rolling along. You guys saw the original, which is great. I got to make a frittata, a shrimp frittata, for $5 to feed 4 people. Really nice, tasty shrimp in there. Very tasty. I enjoyed it. I had a little of it just now and trying to get this. There we go. Well, you know, I'm logging as much live chat as I want, but the nice thing about Twitch is not a lot of people talk over there, so yeah. And neither with same thing with Periscope. Very few people talk. I guess we're watching the news here. The vaping illness outbreak is strengthening the argument for legalizing marijuana. Right, so you don't want to vape cigarettes, you want to legalize marijuana. Right, there you go. Well, it's a good thing because people could grow it themselves as opposed to becoming physically addicted to nicotine with tobacco. And there's more people that are actually, you know, using cigarettes because they can't vape now freely. I'm having a pretty good night. Thanks, Add the One. I hope you're having a good night too. The Democrats are definitely leaning toward communism, and the retardicans are leaning toward fascism. Yeah, we don't really encourage flatulence here because we know it's not carbon friendly. But, you know, overall we're very happy about minimizing our carbon footprint. That was a wet one. The vaping illness outbreak. Yeah, so how is it strengthening the use of marijuana? One class of cigarette has been implicated. One class of vaping product has been related to the unregulated and unlicensed e-cigarette cartridges that contain THC. Now, how am I going to minimize my vaporizing if I'm going to be smoking marijuana? I don't get it. according to the CDC data, 78% of the 849 patients who provided information on their vaping habits reported using THC-containing products. Oh, so now they're implicating THC cartridges. Oh, nice. So we should legalize it so people can grow their own. Good point. Yeah, thanks, Dr. Hammond. Appreciate it. We should just legalize, period. We shouldn't have to debate about it. Since marijuana and cannabis is proven to be medicinal, it shouldn't be on a list of controlled substances, period. That alone would remove it. I think the vaping problems have occurred because people have been using derivatives of THC products that were sprayed with a particular type of pesticide, which, when reacting with heat, produces cyanide. And you'd think the government would be ahead of this problem, but instead they're behind it, and they don't even know what they're doing. They're getting rid of perfectly good fruity vaporizers, which is preventing people from smoking cigarettes and preventing lung cancer and emphysema. Instead, now the Democrats, or I should say the Democrats, are improving your life by making you addicted to cigarettes. How nice. Rhonda, we're going to mute you from the show. That's your first message to say go away. Thank you. Sounds like a Rhoda. Rhoda just passed away, Valerie Harper. Pretty sad. She died of brain cancer. But anyway, people smoking cigarettes are putting their life in greater danger than people vaporizing. And that's been the reality. There's only about 5 or 6 chemicals in a vaporizer, even a fruity vaporizer. And just because they've been tainted with a few bad THC particles, probably tainted with cyanide, it implies that, yeah, the whole system is upside down. The Democrats want you to smoke cigarettes. They want to tax you more if you're driving a hybrid. That's another good one that they're coming out with. They want to tax you if you're driving a hybrid. How about that? The Democrats don't want you to drive a hybrid. They want to tax you. Oh, yeah. The Democrats want other alternative income for their wasteful spending. And they've come up with this amazing plan, which is to make you all addicted to cigarettes. Isn't that nice? Many people were disrespecting me, but I deal with that every night. A California woman faces prison in YOLO. Oh, we can't get that story. I'm sorry. LA Times wants to charge for the news. Oh well. I'd rather read the Cool Rock chat room. And then I might want to play some, backbeat. I'm sorry, I was getting lost in my music, and here I am trying to host the show. Hey, if you want to X out of any of the boxes you want, refresh and restore, you can with this program. You can move these boxes around at coolrock.com. And if you want to have fun with artwork or whatever, this is like exploratory heaven. You can go everywhere you want and make things happen. Drop images from your desktop and click for extra mess. Okay? I don't really have an image I want to drop from my desktop. Anyway, you can go to heaven too. We've got a beautiful facsimile of heaven. I believe the archangel is coming here shortly. Yes, hello. Excuse me, but is God here? No, just the stump. And he didn't make it to heaven. He's on his way out. He's going to purgatory. The flip-flopper. So why is Donald Trump giving so much credence to Vladimir Putin? What makes you think he's doing this? Is it because Vladimir Putin controls him? Why is he doing everything Vladimir Putin wants? Does any Republican know? I know. Because it's good for America. What's good for Russia is good for America. That's what the Republicans say, right? Hey, Cool Rock. Sounds like Hillary laughing. Wow. You know, looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, sounds like Hillary Clinton. It's got to be Hillary Clinton. It does sound like her, and I want to give him an award before he goes off to the dinner table. Oh, God. I left the door open in my truck with the window. Uh-oh, Mr. Bill has a video of his truck door opening. I'm sorry, this content is not available for me right now. They're putting me in purgatory, in video purgatory. I can't see that. Uh-oh, Mr. Bill. They've been vaping people, killing people left and right. A lawsuit is coming, yeah. But the problem is 33 people died from probably contaminated vaporizing systems. Is the glycerin causing the problems in the lungs? Well, if that's the case, or if it's E, I guess vitamin E or whatever, I'm concerned, don't get me wrong. But the number of people that died of lung cancer in the same time period from cigarettes is much higher than 33 people. That's my point. I'm not endorsing you to go out and become a vaporizer user, nor am I endorsing you to smoke marijuana, nor am I in any way condoning reckless behavior of any kind. I think I covered the bases there. So what's going on with Zuckerberg? I don't dare ask. You know, this guy is really weird. He's a guy named Representative Al Green, and he talks to Zuckerberg and asks him some questions. You know, the mindset of the Democrats are that everybody should know exactly how many people in their group are LGBTQ. Listen to this guy as he approaches. In this case, I'm defending Mark Zuckerberg, and I normally don't do that.
True that the Libra Association oversees the Libra project?
Congressman, yes.
And is it true that global corporations make up the association?
Congressman, the association is made of, today, 21 companies and nonprofit organizations as well.
Of the 21, how many are headed by women?
Congressman, I do not know the answer to that off the top of my head, but I can get it for you.
Well, I believe you can get it, Mr. Zuckerberg, but one would assume that you would know who heads these corporations. That are going to be running this global company. How many of them are minorities, Mr. Zuckerberg?
Congressman, I do not know off the top of my head.
Are there any members of the LGBTQ plus community associated with this association, Mr. Zuckerberg?
Okay, I'm glad I muted myself during that time period because I was really going off. Yeah, I was trying to minimize my reaction, but I'm a little bit upset, just to say the least, that that issue is being pushed in front of us as a foremost issue of the Democratic Party. Yeah, I mean, it's a splinter issue, a far left issue for us to be concerned about whether LGBTQ is represented at Facebook or at the highest level. Why is that a big issue? Now, here's the story of the vape juice called YOLO, containing a psychosis-inducing drug. Investigators found traces of synthetic marijuana, not the advertised CBD, in the vapes. Wow. So somebody spiked the vapes with synthetic marijuana. Whoa. This is interesting. I'm glad I muted myself during that time period. It was a little bit intense. Thank you. Teachers caught indoctrinating children to Antifa violence. Whoa. So the Democrats are pushing this ultra-liberal commie agenda. And the American people are kind of going, whoa, what? And many people aren't all the way off to the right like Trump is. We're more in the center, and we're a little taken back by this forced LGBTQ in every area of our public life. Now teachers are caught indoctrinating children to Antifa violence. More and more teachers are becoming leaders for violent behavior across the country through By Any Means Necessary, BAM, a group which can trace its roots to communism and pedophilia. BAM was created as an offshoot of the Revolutionary Workers League, a communist organization that worked closely with the North American Man-Boy Love Association, NAMBLA, a group dedicated to advocating the statutory rape of young boys. NAMBLA worked to eliminate the age for sexual consent and legal protection for minors. One case against NAMBLA was the arrest of 24 men in Revere, Massachusetts, in which members lured young boys into a house with drugs and video games. They would then record themselves having sex with boys as young as 8. So this is the history of BAM, which is in large part now led by public school teachers. Wow. Makes you proud to be an American, huh? It makes you wonder what kind of teachers are educating your children. So folks, we need a third party to put the brakes on this forced leftist communist thinking run by pedophiles. I mean, this is crazy. And it's coming at us even faster than ever before. You notice that? Their agenda is building steam. The left just wants to be noticed, and they're getting all the free media play possible. Ocasio gets all over the internet, all over the news. She gets full coverage, whereas I don't get any coverage. And I'm a centrist citizen of the United States.
That is rooted in principles of universality. Everybody has a right to health care.
Everybody's getting health care right now with the form of Medicaid. Yeah, in case you didn't know that. We have Medicaid for all right now. We don't need more Medicare for all. That would cost $60 trillion the way the doctors rip people off. Do you really want your doctor getting money to buy yet another Tesla? I mean, many of these guys are selling their Lexuses right now on Craigslist. This is definitely the time to get a Lexus, because so many doctors are just scrubbing their Lexuses and just buying Teslas. Yeah. I think I'm going to go look for a Lexus right now. It's one of my pastimes. Technology awaits me. Let's go to Lexus. There's 54 for sale in my area. The maximum price of $5,000. Let's see what I can get for $5 grand. That's pretty decent. That's not bad. That's okay. Okay. All right, we got a beautiful Lexus right here. This one's nice. I like this 07 Lexus 250 all-wheel drive. Yeah, that's kind of nice. But this is a 2007 Premium LS 460. Yeah, look at that car. Beautiful. Now, a little bit of 10 or 11 care, and you've got yourself a ding on one corner, but that's not a big deal. You know, can you spot the ding? I know, it doesn't matter. I could be anywhere in the country. That's my point. This is Ann Arbor, Michigan. Oh my gosh. There's Bilkey's. Oh my gosh, I know that area. Oh wow, look at that. A little bit of leather, you know, but it's not bad. Lexus. You're driving a Lexus for $5 grand. Think about it. Anyway, moving on. Technology's never been cheaper at that level. No, the title's good. Odometer reading is the key. It's 244,000 on that car. That's been all around the country, probably moving some product, if you know what I mean. Madonna under fire for pulling down 17-year-old girl's top, exposing her breast at a concert. But see how the teen's mom reacts. Well, I don't have that video, so don't play it here. We're not allowed to see anything like that. Well, let's be clear. We're not muted now. I was muting myself because I was screaming earlier at the television, or whatever, the monitor. Hey, Dave, this isn't 1967. We're not watching TV. Okay, I get it. Expedia has named Chelsea Clinton to the board of directors. Oh yes, Chelsea, she's known so well for her, what exactly? Oh, she won the Eleanor Roosevelt Award recently, yes, and they're promoting her like crazy. They want her to run, you know. Hillary wants her to run for office. Yeah, she's a very, yeah. She's now on the board, member of its board on Expedia.com. And they said Clinton will be paid in accordance with the company's standard compensation policies, meaning she'll get a $45,000 annual retainer and awarded $250,000 in worth of stock. Oh my gosh. Pretty good deal for Chelsea. You know, life is tough when you're born into a family like the Clintons. I was. Purposely. I mute myself on occasion. I don't want to be heard at the level I sometimes scream at. It's bad enough I'd be waking up Sarah otherwise. 300 documents confiscated after Nikola Tesla's death are now free to download. Are you serious? I want to grab some of those. Yeah, 300 documents confiscated after Nikola Tesla. I thought that John Trump's uncle, got a hold of most of this stuff, but apparently these documents are available. They're a very valuable secret for the American government, but they're now available for download. More than 90% of Tesla's inventions are being used in contemporary society, like weather modification, where they control the weather using electrical pulses. Oh, but you don't think that ever is being done. No way, they're not doing that, Dave. No, they would never do that. They wouldn't spray us, Dave. They would never spray us with chemicals. You want to make a bet? They're spraying you right now like an insect. Yeah, you're just like a little beetle out there with Raid sprayed on your head. We need political reform. We need to stop this crap. The Democrats won't even mention the word chemtrail. I've already opened chemtrailparty.com if you want to go there. I've got cutting edge science and technology information about this technology that Nikola Tesla developed. Yeah. Anyway, let me show you the website, chemtrailparty.com. I took it out just for that purpose. I want everyone to know that this is a serious thing and people are being sprayed. There's ample links on the top of the page if you want to check out the site. We've got the link button up here. I've also got a very good link down here. Weather modification history tells you all the history of how much we've been sprayed. And what it happens is basically the toxins have never really been studied with peer-reviewed studies. And we do know that they block the light that the plants and the trees need for photosynthesis to give you oxygen. So that's an important factor. And then weather warfare is something that they're able to conduct using heavy metals in the sky and electromagnetic frequencies. So they're able to manipulate the weather this way. And this study was developed a long time ago. Nikola Tesla, the brainchild of this amazing technology, which in my opinion is very dangerous. Thanks for the link, oh, Mr. Bill. Good links you're giving me. So anyway, chemtrailparty.com if you want to check it all out. The link button takes you to a whole series of things. We've got links galore on particulates, spraying in California, geoengineering, contrails. This story is a study of chemtrails called Chemtrails Confirmed by William Thomas. It's an excellent PDF book, an ebook, if you want to download it. It's like 90 pages. It's really, really well done. And Global Skywatch tracks them. I've got all these great links. We got videos. You listen to this video. This lady talks about chemtrails and radio frequencies. And we also have a couple new links. These take you to the electromagnetic field radiation studies done at a government level. Bioinitiative.org and saferemr.com. Both really good links for more information about electromagnetic frequency radiation. And you're wondering, why is your family losing their hair? Juan says, why am I losing my hair, Dave? It's all of the above. If you want to retain your hair, you got to go on a diet of multiple vitamin and eat avocados. Avocados are really good for your hair. I don't recommend any real weird vitamin supplements. I don't recommend anything that causes things to grow faster. Yeah, but those two things, multivitamins and avocados, should help you. And misanthropy can't take out, and you got such great hair too. You don't want to lose that. Yeah, you can't trust an avocado if you're allergic to them. Yeah, but I recommend those two things: a multivitamin every other day at least, and avocados. And don't use harsh shampoos on you get baby shampoo, because harsh shampoos can make you lose your hair too. Yeah, expired green beans. You know, the government said that expired food is okay to eat as long as it's not, obviously blowing up. The can isn't having a bacteria explosion. But the government was kind of hesitant to admit that they've got these problems. Hang on, we're going to another room to take on this story. Hang on. Yeah, the government is not going to admit that they falsely put labels on things to get rid of them. A lot of food is wasted because people say the expiration date is gone and they got to throw it in the garbage. How reckless of our government to do that. They should have made a public service announcement. They should make a public service announcement about the dangers of phones too. You should always use speakerphone when you talk to people. Whether you've got a cell phone or a cordless phone, they keep the radiation from your head. So I highly recommend that. This is a test that's going on right now in the middle of Texas. And I'm going to read to you about it. The Military Industrial Complex Company in Texas has built a Tesla tower which might provide us with energy, wireless electricity, remote places around the globe. That is the Tesla tower. Very soon there will be many undergoing experiments in wireless energy transmissions. Now I'm very seriously worried about this because they haven't even tested the, you buy organic shampoo at Whole Foods? Excellent. That's good. They haven't even tested the safety of 5G, and we ran the Scientific American article the other day talking about the dangers of 5G and how they really are untested. But now this is even worse. They're planning on sending energy through the air. I mean, God knows how many people are going to die when they test this equipment. It has a lot of potential. However, this kind of technology is very much linked to the military, and there are weapons being applications like mind control in order to pacify the population around the world. So the question is this thing already putting out a low frequency sine wave or alpha wave transmission that's slowly making us feel like we're zombies? Yeah, that's the question. So if your family is starting to look like this, it's working. It's working. Everybody's turning into a zombie. Yeah, they're trying to experiment with us. We're the guinea pigs. That's your Uncle George right there. He never even looked like that until he started getting near the cell towers. MSNBC. This just came in from Add the One. Let's take a look.
Out to destroy this man. They have been from day one, and they're willing to lie again to accomplish this.
You know, if it wasn't your show, Sean, they would destroy him absolutely. You're the difference between Donald J. Trump and Richard Nixon.
It's becoming increasingly clear as the impeachment inquiry continues that Fox News is playing a major role in the president's defense. As Greg Sargent lays out in the Washington Post, quote, rank and file Republicans who watch Fox News are far more loyal to Trump than those who do not. A recent poll from the Public Religion Research Institute finds that of Republicans who cite Fox News as their primary news source, a whopping 98% oppose impeaching and removing Trump, compared to just 90% of non-Fox citing Republicans. And 55% of primarily Fox-watching Republicans say there is almost nothing the president could do to lose their approval, while only 29% of non-Fox citing Republicans feel the same way. Of course, Fox News makes no secret of where its loyalties lie. Listen.
Yeah, I'm not going to get too deep into it, but they just fired Shepard Smith, who was a very antagonist to Donald Trump. Napolitano's still hanging on, though, with a thin thread of support. Napolitano's legally asked for Trump's impeachment because he said it absolutely legally is justified. Napolitano's very, very bold about this. Hey, Glenn, how you doing, man? What made you turn up, Glenn? Are you feeling kind of lonely? Feeling kind of sad and down and out, wanted to come in and spend time with us? Oh, that's so nice. Well, you've got a lot more time on your hands now. You have a question? Go ahead. I've never been to a strip bar that it did that. No, serial killers. Alien monster fish found in Amazon video. What? Ooh, this is weird. Here we go. Alien-like monster fish caught in the jungle of Amazon on video. Whoa. As a matter of fact, only 9% of the Amazon jungles of South America have been explored by man. Really? So you're saying there are aliens in the Amazon jungle? That's pretty weird. I got to tell you, that mouth... Yeah, I'm beginning to wonder if this isn't like... Yeah, there's teeth in there. You see the teeth? Yeah, those are teeth. It looks like a bad, nightmarish birthing experience. I can only imagine what that would have been like for the creature. It kind of gives you that feeling like the whole world is just a big hole. You know? You've been in our room hundreds of hours. Yes, you have. That's right, Glenn. We just don't know you're here until you come in with your name. How would we know you've been in here for hundreds of hours? You rarely ever come in here, man. Ever since you've been running your campaign against me, full tilt. Yeah. Still supporting the Democrats on everything. I seriously think the Democrats need to step it up. Right now, the Republicans are sounding really tough, like they're going to bust into their room and break into the hearing to somehow stop the truth from getting out about Donald Trump and how he did a quid pro quo with the Ukrainian leader Zelensky. Whoa. But the Republicans in the Senate are not that concerned. They said, oh, this may not even be an impeachable offense. They're speaking Trump's language. Whatever Vladimir Putin wants, the Republicans support that. So I definitely side with many Democrats on that point. Well, I think I'm going to lose sleep over that picture of the alien fish. It's pretty weird the way they're pushing this concept of transgenderism on kids. Yeah, very seriously messed up. I know it's confusing enough being a kid as it is, but to be given these choices, it's like, hey, everybody, you could be a boy or a girl, whatever you want. It has nothing to do with your genitalia. There was a video of the fish? Really? Okay, let's take a look. Clicking for video. Oh, I just got still pictures. Still waiting. Oh, there it is. Oh my gosh. Let's look at it. This is not your first sexual experience, okay? For some of you, this may be bringing back memories. Here we go. Whoa. Whoa, alien underwater fish. Wow. Oh, yeah, you don't want to get too close. Okay. This is not the kind of close-up porn you were watching last night. This is an alien fish from outer space here in the Amazon rainforest. Now I'm beginning to know why the Yanomami are so strange, you know? It looked mad, didn't it? It was like pissed off. And if you're a Yanomami and are displaced and can't find work except in Vegas handing out tickets to strip clubs, you probably understand what it's like to be encountering these alien beings in the rainforest that is endemic in your history. So welcome, Yanomami people, and many of you other former cultures. I once had heritage in the Norwegian area, but that's all long gone. My Scandinavian heritage has been pretty much, turned into American heritage. A lot of people have American heritage now. I mean, we're no longer what we were before. It's getting kind of quiet in here. Earth to Dave. Hey, let's find out about Marie Yovanovitch, a woman who's been at the center of the Ukrainian problem, who's going to be testifying in a couple days. Trump is claiming that she's basically a problem, and she's one of the tightest, most careful diplomat in the world. The U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, Marie Yovanovitch, on July 20th, 2018, lays flowers in Kiev for a man. But Trump is calling her bad news, supposedly a rogue ambassador with a political bias against him. But to those who know Marie Yovanovitch, the former envoy to Kiev, who is scheduled to testify before the House this week, that characterization could not be more off base. Yovanovitch, a State Department employee for 33 years who led U.S. embassies in Kyrgyzstan and Armenia, is well known in diplomatic circles for her measured demeanor and diligence in representing both Republican and Democratic administrations, former colleagues said. Yovanovitch praised as unbiased, top-notch diplomat, but Trump says no, calling her bad-mouthed. No. Giuliani is now in the crosshairs, so we'll see where this fleshes out. I'm not worried about her right now. She hasn't testified yet. You want to talk about that woman that has had her pictures posted all over the internet by her ex-husband? We talked about it at the beginning of the show. She apparently has done some lesbian or bisexual photographing with her staff. All of this is coming out.
In a letter sent to constituents obtained by Fox News, Hill says this, quote, "During the final tumultuous years of my abusive marriage, I became involved in a relationship with someone on my campaign. I know that even a consensual relationship with a subordinate is inappropriate, but I still allowed it to happen despite my better judgment. For that, I apologize." She went on to say, "I am going through a divorce from an abusive husband who seems determined to try to humiliate me. I am disgusted that my opponents would seek to exploit such a private matter for political gain. This coordinated effort to try to destroy me and the people close to me is despicable and will not succeed." Hill says she is cooperating with the Ethics Committee and that she's reached out to law enforcement. When these allegations were first published by a conservative blog, a nude photo of Hill was also published. Hill says that was a crime and that she has notified Capitol Police. We've tried to speak with Representative Hill the past couple of days. We know that she voted last night, but her team has not been able to find her roaming the halls of Capitol Hill today. Martha?
Tough situation all around, to be sure.
Absolutely. Anyway, yeah, I hope she gets through this. I don't think she'll be kicked out by any ethics group. she'll probably be fine. So they've got evacuations in place as 10,000 acres still burn out of control in Sonoma County. And Biden campaign has dropped a few points. Warren is now a 7-point lead against Biden. But I don't think Biden is really fully exploiting the fact that Warren lied about being a Cherokee Indian. I mean, that's a serious crime. I think Biden should make a big issue of that. I don't even think the Democrats even understand the severity of lying about such a thing and getting all that free money all those years. I think the real important factor with Warren is she's offering $800 billion bailout money for all of the financial problems people have with student loans. And that's money coming out of your tax dollars that she's just offering for free to the Democrats. So she wants to give a free education to everybody like she did illegally. So it's weird with the way Biden is not moving on that issue. I think he needs to play hardball. If I were Biden, I'd step it up. Biden campaign drops the opposition to super PAC support, so he's willing to take money now that he's down to under $8 million. Well, David, when you allow smaller lies, they eventually start telling larger lies. Yeah, I know, I agree. That's the problem. These people, Warren, a known liar, she's going to lie through her teeth. She's never going to be trustworthy. So you're voting for Miss Bong Hit and titties. That's a very derogatory word about a woman who's clearly, justifiably having fun. She was breaking away from her marriage. There's nothing I can show you that would be illegal. Let me get this off the screen for a second. She was involved with a young lesbian woman experimenting, her staffer, who was 24 years old. She was kissing in a close moment. And these are the pictures that her husband posted. I'm not going to show you any nudity. Yeah. So the ethics group will look at it and probably go, yeah, people have fun behind closed doors. What can you say? I don't really care about her filth. I don't care about the carnality of her actions. I honestly don't even care if she's kissing a woman. It doesn't matter to me. When you look at your dog licking its butt, does that bother you? I mean, it's like, yeah, whatever. That's what dogs do. I'm not in any way describing women kissing as licking your dog's butt. I didn't say that. But I mean, it's like people do what they do. I mean, I know. My cat does it too. It's weird. And then she has this weird face on her. Every time she does it, she has this like weird face. Norwegian and a Qatar weaponizing commercial airlines? Whoa. Let me guess. Mike Decker. He's got a Wyoming viewpoint with a great Nikon camera, and he gets great angles.
Contaminated sun sector. Look at that. Look at that. Look how nasty that is already.
Wow. That's nasty.
October 24th continues. Must be like 12:30, 1 o'clock. You can see their bullshit getting microwaved and built up there.
Yeah, that's what happens when they drop the heavy metals. They can hit them with radio frequencies in harmonic motions, and it breaks it up. It actually moves the heavy metals around the sky. And you got a good example of that right there. This isn't the way skies used to be, by the way. I mean, I grew up many, many years ago. I can tell you I'm a lot older than most of you, even though, I try to stay youthful in my mind. I've never seen skies like this. This guy does, no, a lot of people fly in planes. Scissor Fight worked at a loading dock with planes and asked questions about what kind of equipment they were using, and they pretty much said you're not allowed to ask those questions. Yeah, this is HAARP, the High Frequency Aurora Research Project, and it has been touted as the beginning of this process. About 30 years ago, they started building these things out in Alaska, and then they replicated them around the world. And these are ionospheric radar installations which send tremendous radio frequencies through the air. They can control the weather. I wouldn't even fly, man. It's too dangerous to fly. The fact that the flying itself, if you're going to be worried about being on the no-fly list, that's irrelevant. But the flying itself puts you in the high altitudes of radiation. You're getting the equivalent of an X-ray when you go into the air above, from one point to another. It's equivalent of an X-ray. Norwegian and Qatar are weaponizing their airlines. Yeah, so that's Mike Decker. We'll look at that tonight. Thank you for that link. And another one, Gyersville, California, Kincaid fire, 10,000 acres burned and homes destroyed. 2,000 people have been evacuated. More
Hi,
land
everyone.
grabs.
It is October 24. Well, it's clear that shutting off the power in California does not prevent wildfires because PG&E had shut off the power. And guess what? There's a wildfire.
Exactly. And the whole idea of shutting off the power was just BS. We know a lot of these fires have been a result of electromagnetic weapons as well. There's been ample evidence of, like I said earlier, of directed energy weapons used against our society. And starting the fires using directed energy weapons is possible. That's a woman, Planet Fitness. Yeah, that's a woman who is very... she's the lady I linked to at the chemtrailparty.com site. Never Lose Truth is really a very concerned older woman who speaks her mind. And I like that. I like the fact that she just spells it out, and just talks straight to the camera and tells you how she feels. Breaking, David. Last night, Shaquille O'Neal stood up against China, but tonight his sister is dead? Are you serious? Whoa. Shaquille O'Neal's sister is dead the day after he spoke up about supporting of the Hong Kong protests? Oh my gosh. She died of cancer at age 40. Well, it was a slow progressing problem. It didn't just happen overnight, man. I think you may have a coincidence on your hands. Shaquille O'Neal's sister dies from cancer. There's been an outpouring of emotion as NBA legend Shaquille O'Neal mourns over the loss of his sister who died from cancer at age 40 today. She'd been fighting it for...
important to get a timely diagnosis.
She'd been fighting this battle for 3 years. Wow, with all the money in the world, he couldn't save his sister. Isn't that something? He said his world revolves around his brother and two sisters, and he lost one of his sisters this morning far too early at the age of 40 from cancer. Well, Shaquille, our heart goes out to you, man. Yeah. No one wants to lose their family member at that young of an age. Charles Barkley and others are reaching out, emotional concern for his friend, for their friend. Wow. Everyone sent condolences. I think it's just a coincidence that she died of cancer yesterday, unless there was a cause of death that would be other than cancer. Yeah, there you go. A new acronym for PG&E: pillage, gouge, and extort. Right. And there's a group of people in San Jose, Silicon Valley, that want to buy out the company. And they have billions of dollars, and they're saying, hey, you can't shut our electricity off, PG&E. We're willing to buy you out. So even the Rothschilds are going to get a hostile takeover from these people. They got billions of dollars. They're ready to go. They're not going to put up with this crap. The Rothschilds have been systematically buying up the water rights in Sonoma, California. And you'll never get this information on the mainstream media, by the way, folks. Yeah, they've been buying up the water rights in Sonoma, California for years. And we showed you the map of the fracking map here. Everything that California has gas-wise is in this map. And it turns out it's where the fires have been happening. It's exactly where the fires have been happening. So, yeah. Scary, isn't it? There's so many good things we could do where we're not doing. Yeah, we could definitely save so many lives if we just prepared. Yeah, if we had more preparation. One of those things we could do is provide food aid to people. An idea I came up with in 2009, I think, would definitely move in the right direction. Dude, is that your real hair? If so, do you surf to let the sun make it blonde? Like, for sure not. No, like, I gave up surfing when the ocean was poisoned by Fukushima, dude. Yeah. I don't want to, like, have radiation all over my body when I'm out there, you know, getting tubular with a really cool wave, you know? Oh. Yeah, I have the video. I knew you'd ask me. We are preparing everything digitally behind the scrim. We are now ready to play the video.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
And that guy made $14 million as a YouTube star because he doesn't talk about anything. He doesn't have an opinion. I'm censored, by the way, on YouTube. Same number of subscribers since I think 2009. Exact same number. Same with our follower count at Twitter. Exact same number as 2009. So for 10 years, we've had the same number of followers and subscribers. Isn't that amazing? But wouldn't it be great if we had a way of distributing food and water like this in the event of a disaster? I just don't think that the government has any clue as to how important something like this would be. So I will spearhead a plan to get vehicles that can deliver packages of food, and we'll have them on a rotational basis so that they'll be rotating based on their freshness. The oldest will be brought to the front to drop wherever we need to drop in case we have to get people food immediately. Alien humanoids caught on CCTV. Wow, that totally is missing. YouTube, it's missing. So see what you can do. Let me see if I can get it again. Hang on. Nope, it's not popping up. I think they may have scrubbed it because they don't want anyone to look at alien humanoids. Can you find that again? Or did they get rid of it? You know, I don't think we need to actually offer jobs to people on Skid Row. I think people on Skid Row need a thing called a bathroom and a shower. I think jobs are way out of the realm. Most of those people are just hooked on Oxycontin or crack or whatever. It's not like we're going to be able to get them a job. The Democrats have become so unrealistic about homelessness. They keep thinking, oh, these people need housing. Oh, we better build all these new houses. The people don't want to move into a new house. They just want to get high. So we got to make sure they're bathed and clothed and fed. And they need a decent place like a tent to sleep in. So most of them have tents. That's good. But we got to deal with the sanitation issue. And Mayor Garcetti, Eric Garcetti, is doing nothing to deal with that problem. And all we need are bathrooms. It's the simplest thing. I mean, it's not like major new technology. All they need is something as simple as a toilet bowl. That's it. I mean, you'd think we could do that. Why can't they think of the simplest things? The Democrats. So the Republicans are all hyped about this today. William Barr is now opening up the investigation. The Barr-Durham investigation is now into looking at a criminal investigation into the Democrats' probe of the Russian connection to Donald Trump. Is this absurd? I mean, there is clearly a Russian connection to the election, and there clearly is a Russian connection to Donald Trump. I mean, he hired a Russian oligarch, Paul Manafort, to be his chairman of his campaign. I mean, come on. There were more than enough indications that there was something going on between Trump and Russia way back. It's not like they criminally investigated him. So whatever the Republicans are thinking really is very similar to the old adage, "Me lady doth protest too much." They just can't get out from under the guilt that is bubbling to the surface with Donald Trump admitting, people around him admitting that there's something going on. Trump's caught in admissions that he paid Stormy Daniels. Giuliani said that Trump paid Stormy Daniels to shut her up. That's a felony. It's at least a Class C felony. And Steve Scalise is leading the parade with his attitude that somehow they need to get in on the discovery stage, which is behind closed doors, in sealed committees. But somehow he wants to get in on it.
Impeach a president of the United States behind closed doors, literally trying to overturn the results of the 2016 election a year before Americans get to go to the polls to decide who's going to be the president. And frankly, it should be the people of this country who decide who's going to be the president, not Nancy Pelosi and not Adam Schiff in secret behind closed doors. The fact that Adam Schiff won't even let the press in, you can't even go in and see what's going on in that room. Voting members of Congress are being denied access from being able to see what's happening behind these closed doors where they're trying to impeach the President of the United States with a one-sided set of rules. They call the witnesses. They don't let anybody else call the witnesses. They don't even let the President's legal counsel question people who are making baseless allegations. Maybe in the Soviet Union, this kind of thing is commonplace. This shouldn't be happening in the United States of America, where they're trying to impeach a president in secret behind closed doors. The American people deserve better. We will demand better. What is Adam Schiff?
You know, Steve, we got a problem because Donald Trump never recorded his conversations with Vladimir Putin. We have a right to know what he said to Vladimir Putin for 7 solid hours over the past 3 years of communication. So you want transparency, and it's not even the judicial stage of the process, which is the Senate? You're out of line there, Steve. Especially considering our president is the least transparent president we've ever had. Thank you. I'm glad I made a difference. Yeah, 12 butthole Republicans barged in the meeting when it's not even their right. It's a closed-door session. There's no reason for them to worry. If it's going to the Senate, they'll have their time in court. More video of helicopters following a UFO. Let's take a look.
Three helicopters, a dot. They're trying to, that's a UFO right there, or that's something else. 3 helicopters facing that dot. Trip the fuck out. Y'all should go look outside right now.
Let's have a closer look. That's one of those orbs. We've talked about these orbs before. Look at this. Yeah, you know, we've had similar orbs in the picture behind me. Look at this. What you see, you can't see this with the naked eye, but look at photographic reversal, positive to negative, shows you all these things that are scattering around the chemtrail activity. Look at this. And these orbs have been seen in many different areas. We've seen them around crop circles. We've seen these orbs around chemtrails, dispersing chemtrails, floating, moving erratically, usually in linear fashion. Isn't that amazing? So yeah, I think this unidentified flying object you're referring to was in fact an orb. We don't know how they operate. No one does. So Slow Modes really believes that those 12 Republicans literally had the right to be in the meeting that day? No, that was a closed-door session of the House impeachment hearing. I don't know where you're getting your information, Slow Modes. No, it's not something passing in front of the lens. These are orbs. They fly. We don't know. They're triangulated. We believe that they're part of that radio frequency manipulation of heavy metals. There's been a lot of things. We can explain balls of lightning this way. Yeah, and orbs are definitely on the list. Crop circles created by these things. We've seen that too. It's really time to talk about Trump and his life with Roy Cohn. Now, Republicans want to fiercely defend Donald Trump when he's been associated with mob fixers for years. And I don't know if the Republicans realize this, but Donald Trump is close friends with the Gambino family. Roy Cohn was a fixer for the mob, and many different mob players over years were involved. This is Donald Trump in drag, dressed up at a party. That's Donald Trump when he was a young man. So yeah, we should talk more about Roy Cohn, I think. The darkest days of Donald Trump were the Studio 54 days when he was surrounded by cocaine and people doing cocaine and lots of like group sex acts going on right in front of him. He actually talked about that kind of thing. But this level of depravity that he came from, really, you have to look at the mob connections to Donald Trump to really understand, you know, the roots of his criminality and why we are now going to see an impeachment process. And those Republicans were not allowed in there. There was a closed session. Just because you're in Congress doesn't mean you're allowed to go into a committee's closed session. And again, this is not the judicial phase. This is the discovery phase. My God. Maybe 12 of them were, but the 20 others, the 8 others were not. So 12 of the men had to really separate from the others and say, we're allowed to get in here and you people aren't. That was their fault. You know, this procedural issue is not a major conflict. The Republicans made it. Remember when the Republicans barged in on the counting in Dade County of the Chads, the hanging Chads that were in dispute during the Florida recount of Al Gore versus George W. Bush, and the Republicans barged in and screwed up the count. Remember that? That rigged the election right there when the Republicans did the strong arm tactic, and it rigged it against Al Gore. I'm not afraid of civil arrest if our leader is ousted. Not at all. No. I'm more concerned about why Republicans are so concerned about parting ways with Donald Trump. We're going to be able to separate from Russia. Trump is literally at the beck and call of Vladimir Putin. Why would you want to be addicted to a president who takes you deeper and deeper into this love tryst with Vladimir Putin? Makes no sense. So I'm not concerned. I think we'll be liberated. I think our party, our society will be better off because of it. We won't have to think about this anymore. We don't need Republicans conspiring with Vladimir Putin. It's ridiculous. Now, this connection to Ukraine, if William Barr finds anything with Democrats, go for it. We've got corruption in the Democratic Party, too. I'm more concerned about getting a third party built because we can't possibly survive with the existing political system. It's unresponsive to the American people. Most of us don't want to do the bidding of Vladimir Putin. Trump does. Most of us don't want to have LGBTQ forced down our throat. Ocasio-Cortez and Beto and others want that. Most of us are centrists. We need a political party. We're not represented. So yeah, we're fine if Donald Trump is impeached because we don't need the connection to Russia that he represents. Well, it is hypocritical to Republicans because some of them were represented, like you say, but well, yeah, back in the Studio 54 days, there weren't transgenders, there were transsexuals. No, transvestites, that's right. Yeah, back in the old days, there were a lot of transvestites. We didn't really see transgenders like we see now. Well, at this point, I don't really care what people want to do with their privacy of their own home, or even have pictures floating online of kissing their staffer, like this congresswoman. I don't really have a problem with that. It's not my place to be the moral judge of their behavior. I'm really could care less. I don't care what you people do as long as it's legal. I don't want you to have sex with animals, or with children, or with your brother or sister. So there are certain limitations to what you can and can't do legally in society, but beyond that, I think we really need to, like Taylor Swift says, just calm down. Have you heard that song? Just calm down. The labeling bot was put on hold. Apparently, yeah, we've got a problem with Final. He doesn't really feel comfortable with his code. He did it on Ruby on Rails, and then he re-engineered it, and he engineered some code the other day. He said it is perfected, but we have yet to see it. It's an ATP bot that could very well be very good for our show, but Mark has openly said he doesn't want that in the show. He told the guy that. Mark doesn't want our show to get better. He's here to stop people from going into our show, and as you can see, they're losing. This has been a non-stop effort by our part to stop these scumbags who want to continually try to censor us. And we've got great ideas, like the windmill idea. Taking a vertical windmill and putting it on electric poles. I totally see an application here, and people could have jobs. This isn't some pie-in-the-sky idea. We can start building this right away. I doubt Trump will get reelected by a landslide unless the Democrats have absolutely no one running worthy of the opportunity of beating him. Well, I don't think Elizabeth Warren can beat Trump. I will say that. Even now, with all these talks of credibility issues with Trump, I still think Trump could beat Elizabeth Warren. And if Elizabeth Warren is leading by 7 points now over Biden, then more than likely Biden couldn't beat. But could Biden beat Trump? That's the question. He's more of a shoot by the hip kind of guy, whereas Elizabeth Warren is more of a complainer and a whiner. And I know people are more inclined to pick a leader, not a whiner, as a woman, if we were ever to choose a female president. So Warren is kind of off in a weird area where she's just a whiner and a complainer who's offering free money everywhere. That's how she's done it, and she's a liar too. So she's just bribing them right now, but people really want to trust more of a solid figure. If there was a woman that was solid, that people could trust, they'd probably consider a woman to beat Trump. But when that woman is cavorting around with Antifa members and making signs of the devil with her hand, Tulsi's not looking like a legitimate candidate. And many of us who are tuned into the dangers of a new world order are more concerned now than ever that Tulsi's representing them with this symbolism she's using. Right, the triangle, the Illuminati. So more and more, Tulsi looks like a George Soros puppet, not a stable choice. And Hillary doesn't seem stable either. But if Hillary and Biden were to team up together, and it would be a Hillary-Biden ticket, Biden could definitely, or Biden-Hillary, Biden could definitely win. I really believe that. He may be a moron to you, but I'm sure Trump is right on the same scale of intelligence. I'm not really worried about his hair plugs. If Biden were to pick a young, up-and-coming centrist like myself as his running mate, he definitely could beat Trump. If Trump could pick somebody a little bit more forward-thinking and progressive than Pence, like myself, then he would definitely beat Biden. Whoever picks me as their vice president will definitely beat the other party. Any other questions? I'm kind of one-sided on that thinking. All right, I think we covered the lady that wanted to have sex with her employee. We talked about Mark Zuckerberg and how many LGBT people are in Facebook. He didn't know. Big deal. Who cares? I'm going over time here. Wow, last night I found a site that's pretty cool. Yeah, I found an amazing site.
Behind...
You know, I've been looking for places to, you know, put some capital and invest. And I thought, wouldn't it be great if I could build communities of tiny houses? You know, Sarah and I have always wanted to build communities with tiny houses in them. And I found this amazing trailer park listing. It's a national trailer park listing of places. This place has 27 units in Eden, Texas. Yeah, this one has Gary, Indiana, 10 units, mobile home park. Only $275 you can own a mobile home park. You can put tiny houses in. This is Adrian, Texas. 24 units, mobile home park, $275,000. Yeah, so you basically buy the mobile home park and transition everybody to moving out of their mobile home into a tiny... No, I don't want to displace anybody. Forget the idea. Now back to you. I just thought it was a cool site. All right. Breaking. Trump loses it on a reporter after being compared to Nixon. Uh-oh. Let's take a look. Thank you, Scissor Fight.
Closed doors, Ambassador Bill Taylor described a secret campaign to pressure Ukraine, using U.S. aid as bait. According to his 15-page opening statement, Taylor encountered a highly irregular U.S. policymaking effort in Ukraine, engineered by President Trump and involving the president's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani.
Once upon a time, America loved this president. He promised us an end to the endless wars. He promised us Hillary for prison. He was talking about the WikiLeaks every day, talking about these pedophiles, the Pizzagate.
Even Ron Johnson, who does this Stranger Than Fiction news, which we're going to show you the full 27 minutes tonight, 26 minutes. Even Ron Johnson was a big supporter of Trump, and now you can see how disillusioned he is. See, Trump never came out against the 5G network. He never said we need to do more testing. He didn't appease his alternative view people, his independent thinkers. Many people are freaked out by the 5G network and don't want to approve it like Trump does. That set a lot of people off. A lot of independents now are listening to his rhetoric, and he's not trying to do anything with Clinton. He's not trying to prosecute Clinton at all, or anyone else, Elizabeth Warren, for her lying about Cherokee Indians. So now Ron Johnson hates the guy. There you go. He's seemingly siding with Israel on everything, behaving like a total Zionist, Trump is, and many people in the alternative media and independent media are clued in on the dangers of Zionism now, which I'm concerned about as well. I'm an anti-Zionist. And Trump has been completely complicit in allowing the chemtrails to continually go on and on and on, and nobody's doing anything to stop that, showing that he's still part of the deep state. So if you're still QAnon, and you saw how Jeffrey Epstein got out of jail and got sent back to his island, and are wondering how that happened, and how Trump won't even look into the obvious fakery in the New York PD over the supposed picture of Jeffrey Epstein showing somebody else. You wonder, he hasn't done anything to stop the deep state. So if you're really following the QAnon story, you have to know, too, that the QAnon story was developed by the same people who created Anonymous, the CIA. The CIA has been engineering Contra positions all the time. They come up with controlled opposition. They fund people like Alex Jones to be a shill, to come up with controlled opposition and lead you nowhere. So there's more and more a lot of BS being spun out on the internet that doesn't go anywhere than real stories. And whenever we do talk about chemtrails, you'll notice that there's sites out there that are actually bring up reptilians and ridiculous things. Well, those are actually engineered by the Allied Signal Corps. They work on websites that do that. They direct you into a world that's completely absurd. If you're looking at the moon landing and saying, gee, I wonder why we didn't go to the moon, you immediately get directed to a flat Earth site saying the Earth is flat. Well, I'm sorry, but not going to the moon is nothing like believing that the Earth is flat. Not going to the moon is a credible question as to, well, we didn't go back in 50 years. Why didn't we? Not the Earth is somehow flat, which makes you sound like a total idiot if you think the Earth is somehow flat. So there's a lot of those sites that the government's developed to basically splinter your ideas. The search on Google for the word chemtrail has 1/5 the amount of searches online for flat Earth. 5 times more people search for flat Earth than the word chemtrail. Shows you how completely brain dead we are. Okay, we'll definitely put that in the lineup. Ron Johnson's doing a really good job. And I'm glad he's finally come around on Trump. Good, we got a couple things there for sure. Stories that have been given to us by Scissor Fight. This story, a little discussion about the dangers of AI. I'll play completely tonight, just about 2 minutes, as soon as we start the end of our show. Here's an interesting story that came to us from Add the One. The jury awards $1 to a man in a wheelchair who sued Rochester police for excessive force. Can you imagine they gave this guy $1, a jury?
Who said police assaulted him while he was waiting for a bus in his wheelchair on May 1st. On Tuesday denied police allegations that he swore at officers and swung his arms to try and strike them.
He knocked me to the ground when I fell out my wheelchair and hit my stump, and I was on the ground. They were kicking and stumping me, and he was holding me down by my neck too, and I had his knee on my neck, and they were just kicking and punching him, you know.
In court papers, officers said they told Ward that they were clearing the street in front of businesses on Jefferson Avenue due to recent drug and violent activity in the area. When they asked him to move, he refused and used profane language, according to the papers. Ward denies he fought with officers and said he believes that a video taken by a bystander supports his account of the events.
I'm just, I feel a little bit angry because I think that I thought that they would be a little bit better than what they were, you know.
The Rochester Police Department said an internal investigation is underway, but otherwise is not commenting. Defense lawyer Charles Berkowitz called the actions of the officers shocking and outrageous and said the department needs to take action.
My thoughts about what happened here, I didn't understand it. I saw this case, I was so intrigued by it because this is a blatant case of excessive force used on a person, and in this case it's a disabled person. You know, what threat can a man in a wheelchair be to the police sitting in a bus stop? What threat is there to the police?
Yeah. Ward is scheduled to return to court May 30th for a pretrial conference on charges of disorderly conduct and resisting arrest. Reporting for the Democrat and Chronicle, this is John Hand.
Yeah, that's a slap in the face of this man who was abused. How dangerous is an amputee in a wheelchair? I mean, come on. And then for cops to abuse them like that and to get only $1, unbelievable. You should have collected $6 million. Cops have been known to be very abusive at various times to anybody, whether they're black, white, or Hispanic, or Asian. Cops are just very brutal in our culture. In America, we need to do something to introduce sensitivity training to these people. I have a plan to actually do that. We'll implement a plan to cut back on the money that we give the municipalities that don't comply with our plan to sensitively train people in the force to do better and have a shoot to maim policy as opposed to a shoot to kill policy. Right now, you present yourself with a little screwdriver and they'll think you have a gun and they'll shoot you in the head. I remember one young man in Florida, Gainesville, Florida. He was the president of the LGBTQ community at Gainesville. The president. And he was out there having a bad day in his 20s, early 20s. I mean, that happens. You get messed up sometimes when you're in your early 20s. And he was out there with a little plier, you know, the kind that has it's called a multi-tool. He clearly had a multi-tool in front of everybody. The cops just killed him right up, bullet through the heart with a multi-tool. Bullet through the heart. No charges. It's unbelievable. 1,200 people a year on average die in America from cop. And most of them are unarmed. And most of them are disabled. It's unbelievable. I mean, how we can allow this to go on. The two-party system has done nothing to curb the brutality. Obama did nothing to curb racial profiling. Death by cop. It happens a lot now in America. 1,200 a year. Compared to the statistics in the UK, I think you rarely ever see anybody killed by a cop. Ever. They're much more careful in the United Kingdom. We could learn from that. We could actually build our sensitivity training plan around something the UK is working on. We have a problem with these people who are trigger happy, like the cop that shot the woman in Fort Worth, Dallas, Texas, who died recently, Ataniana Jefferson. Beautiful woman who was just visiting her family at her grandmother's house that night, taking care of her nephew, watching a video game with her nephew. This is the beautiful woman that got killed. It turns out she heard a disturbance outside and got a gun that she had licensed, and it was completely legit. She could carry a concealed weapon. She got a gun and she held it. Somebody outside the window made a comment, "Raise your arms." She didn't know who it was. The guy did not say he was a police officer. Apparently a neighbor had said that there was unusual activity with the grandma's door being open late at night. So a cop came by to check on it. That cop didn't even say he was a cop. He just, "Raise your arms." She didn't do that, and within 2 seconds, the cop shot her dead. This is the scumbag that did it. He fatally shot that young woman, 28 years old, the prime of her life. It's unbelievable. Yes, she had a reason to have a weapon. There was weird noises coming out of the window. No warning that he was a cop. Just raise your hands, and she didn't comply. In 2 seconds, he shot her dead. Insanity. Utter insanity. He could have approached it a whole different way. He saw the gun and walked around and tried to contact her by phone. Nothing. They could have gotten more people at the site just to verify that somebody was in there with a gun. She was just trying to protect herself. She didn't know what the weird noise was outside the window. And she was playing a video game with her nephew, yeah. Some people say, why were they playing so late in the night? Well, the kid couldn't sleep. The grandma was in the hospital. She was giving him some, some aunt time. I'm sure many of you have woken up in the middle of the night and played a video game with your kid because they couldn't get to sleep or something. Who knows? I can only imagine. In fact, I can only imagine what it's like to raise children in this society. I don't have kids. So a lot of you who are doing the due diligence of having children, I really think that's amazing. Keep up the good work. Yeah, we don't do craft work because it's so dated, man. Yeah, I just never found their music that great. It's interesting. I mean, we also played some really good music the other night. You play cowbells? That's cool. Nice to have cowbells on tap. So, yeah, thank you. Fat Vinny says he wakes up at night and plays with himself. Yeah. So you just turn on the game and you play video games with yourself? Or you play with yourself? You got a cramp? You woke up at 5? Wow. You know what I hear is good for cramps? Cherry juice. Yeah. Cherry juice. Or cherries. Grapes will help too. You'd never guess. And of course, bananas. You know, I've never played World of Warcraft, so I've heard of people that have bankrupted their family's entire savings account by buying credits on that game. I can't imagine borrowing any money to play a game online. It would be stupid. Especially when you can play games for free at coolrock.com, which is our site that we have our show on every night. Yeah, you sent some pretty cool games over to us. You know, we've got... Cool Rock has a lot of stuff. We've got the online community, of course. The Daily Show. Up here, Web Oasis has a gaming section. Click that button and go to the drop-down menu and click Arcade over here. And you got games galore you can play there. And you even got a slot machine game that's pretty cool. There's no gambling involved, but it's a fun game. And then you sent us the NES link, this one, play NES games. Those look pretty fun. So, I mean, why spend money to game? Of course, these are low res compared to some of the Steam games that they have now, but, you know. Who doesn't want to play Donkey Kong Jr. from 1986? I mean, really? Super Mario 3. I mean, you know what you're missing. You can also play music with yourself. Re-engineer your drum machine. Or maybe make some music. You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension of endless fun. Your first stop, Cool Rock. Don't adjust your dial. You're traveling through what appears to be a hallucinogenic world, all at your fingertips. And it's the most amazing site, coolrock.com. That's right, where everything affects everything. Imagine the butterfly effect on steroids. Yes. Or if you like everything neat and orderly, bringing chaos into a structured cube, anything's possible. With the power of your mind. Okay, moving on. We got the news down here too. Let's see what they're talking about. Pence accuses Nike, NBA of pandering to China. So the NBA and athletic wear Nike is giving in to Chinese pressure following NBA executive's tweet, right, in support of the government of China. So Mike Pence is going to stand up to the mainland China over Hong Kong. Wow, this is pretty cool. He says Nike is acting like a wholly owned subsidiary of the authoritarian regime. You know, I told you Pence could be our president. He's actually starting to sound very presidential. Look at that. He blasts Nike over Hong Kong stand, says it's checked social conscience at the door. You know, I got to tell you, I like that rhetoric coming out of Pence. I normally wouldn't say that. I'm not a guy who likes the far right. Don't get me wrong. I'm not a social conservative, but I like him standing up to the people who are trying to take away the rights of self-rule. The cops treated me in a way that I would say they followed protocol when they swatted me. But I think that protocol is pretty bad. I don't believe they should swat people without checking their name and address and their voice If there's a file on file, they should have that at their fingertips. The police didn't even have any of that. In fact, they never filed a police report. So technically, there is no statute of limitations on the event that happened in my house. Cost them $30,000 too to get all those men here. They were frightened. The cops that were standing there with their fingers on the gun and the trigger were shaking and sweating like I've never seen anybody more nervous in my life. And I went into super calm mode because I couldn't believe how stupid this was, this violation of my civil rights. And ironically, I've never been able to get an attorney to even talk to me about the issue. I approached 3 top-level civil rights attorneys. They didn't even return my call or my email. But most of us are vulnerable to the swatting. Any number of people who do what I do, go out on a limb to fight for this country and put my name out there. I am trying. I'm running for 2020, in case you're wondering. You people have to get me on the ballot. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to build this political movement. I'm not going to keep going and going until I get a response from the police. They gave me the response. They said it was an open investigation. They would not file a police report. Yeah, but it is a problem that is going on across the country. I will implement a plan to stop the illegal swatting that's going on. The attorneys like that, if you keep trying and trying, they're not even worth having. Nobody's going to take the case pro bono anyway. So in lieu of that, I literally went to some of the best attorneys I could find, and they wouldn't even respond to me. So ghost mode is here. You can see Ghost in here, and he can't even see that he's not being seen. Did I try Bowies? What are boys? You know, I don't have any information on the 39 dead bodies. They appear to be Chinese in Essex, England. There's a guy, we have a story from Essex. UK murder investigation was launched. 39 bodies were found in a container in Essex, England, in the back of a truck. The story came in last night. According to the guy, he said he was living the dream of trucking. Mo Robinson, who had been arrested after 39 bodies were found in the back of a truck, posted about how driving a truck was his dream job. And he allegedly fainted upon discovering the bodies. So he didn't even know what was going on in the truck. So this is the truck with the 39 bodies are found, back of the truck in Essex. They've been identified as Chinese nationals trying to illegally come in.
Services attended, but sadly all 39 people inside the container had died.
This guy, Mo Robinson, has been arrested in relation to the murders. 25-year-old Irishman. Friends say he was driving a truck before going to check paperwork inside the lorry door. He allegedly fainted upon discovering the bodies. Yeah, CCTV shows the truck just moments before the grisly discovery. There it is, arriving at its destination. The truck was registered in Bulgaria and entered the UK from Belgium. This is an unimaginable tragedy, Boris Johnson says.
Some prayers of all members are with those who lost their lives and their loved ones.
So the UK murder probe goes in. The driver feigning makes it seem like he was, unless he's a really good actor, he really didn't know what was going on. No, we're not. Those pictures that are popping up in bathrooms are people that are trying to attack our party. Yeah, we're not doing that at all.
50.
Okay, we're just going through my link library right now, kind of culling the links from yesterday. This is one of the coolest links if you want to know who's connected to who and what's it all about behind the scenes in America. Misanthropy sent us this link. I feel like posting this on our site too. It's the American Empire and its media. It talks about the Bilderberg Group, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Trilateral Commission, and you see all the major players here up close and personal. What an amazing work of detailed, dedicated work. This is phenomenal. I mean, let me give you the link. Check it out. David, why do people here keep wanting a massage and do worse things to... people are just sick in general, misanthropy. Unguided, sick weirdos who are constantly trying to get a rise out of everybody around them. That's the problem. And poor Greta, I actually agreed with a lot of things Greta said about the planet and how bad off we are. I just think it's terrible that she didn't say anything about chemtrails. I mean, it's crazy. Why not talk about chemtrails? I mean, it's absurd. I mean, you're in front of the large group of people because the very people that are dumping the chemicals in the air are financing Greta. And we don't know whether Greta's a duchess of or a princess. We don't know what she is, really. She is being exploited, though. We know that.
This is all wrong. I shouldn't be up here.
No.
I should be back in school on the other side of the ocean.
She had an entire speech prepared for her, and it looks like George Soros did the preparation. And George Soros is spinning his global climate change solution of cap and trade legislation, which is only going to cost us more and more money. Taylor Duncan, Greta Thunberg, Carrie Mag, all say hello, Mr. Sponheim. Well, hello, the masked breach is here. You think Greta won't be in the spotlight within 10 years? I'm not concerned about her being in the spotlight. I'm concerned about her mental health. She is doing what she thinks is right, but unfortunately, she's being exploited. And like many people who just think the world is one way, their way, they have to open up their mind a little bit to the possibility that a lot of this is geoengineering. A lot of the chemical changes in our environment and the mass chemicals being dumped on us, it's actually a plan to geoengineer with weather. And of course there's climate change when you're doing weather modification. I mean, it stands to reason. They're trying to make what would normally take 50 years to happen, they're trying to make it happen in like 5 years to trigger their justification for taxes, carbon point legislation. I think she has been exploited. I've got video of her in groups of people where she doesn't even see her problem as a mental illness. Yeah. And the people around her are all getting free rides from gifts from people. The money and expenses and the carbon footprint they're taking up is huge compared to what a little girl going on a boat, $3 million boat across the ocean would do. It turns out the boat's owned by a person who's related to the Princess of Hanover. We talked about this last night. She looks like the Princess of Hanover, not Greta Thunberg. That's a very inappropriate thing to say on the show. You're not allowed to say those kinds of things about young, Greta.
Yet you all come to us young people for hope. How dare you?
Where do we go for hope? You know, does anybody know where you can get hope now? Because I can't go to her for hope. Duncan, I've never heard of Duncan being a volunteer with us, no. Well, I will say that I think that Giuliani is a good defender of Donald Trump. I do. I don't think that they're going to pin anything on this guy. He seems to be working in the shadows. And he wrote this, could be big breaking news. This is a few days ago, this is about 24 days ago, but he said, I'm sorry I have to do it this way, but Democratic cover-up press will not ask Biden who's guy in picture. One person says he is a Burisma board member. If true, Biden's lie that he never discussed son's foreign business becomes evidence of guilt. Exactly. Now, Trump is onto something with Biden and his nepotism for his son Hunter. And Giuliani's doing a good job of really working that over. And if they get to the real inner circle of that, will they find that Biden did violate laws? So it's almost like they're scrambling quickly to find dirt on Biden while Biden is losing to Warren. And they won't even make a big issue about Warren's Cherokee Indian status. I think we need to do just that. I think that the Trump group needs to start really ripping into Warren too for being a liar and telling people she was a Cherokee Indian and now amassed a wealth of $8 million on the backs of the American taxpayer in affirmative action money. So we need to see a stronger campaign from Giuliani and others to seriously go after the Democrats. I don't like the Democrats just as much as you Republicans don't like the Democrats. But at the same time, I don't like the Republicans just as much as you Democrats don't like the Republicans. So I'm kind of in the middle on this issue. Should I be a Cherokee Indian for Halloween and claim I'm Elizabeth Warren? Wow. That's kind of a slam against the Indians, though, don't you think? I don't really think that's appropriate. I abhor what Greta did, or what Warren did. I like what Greta did. I like the fact that Greta spoke out about the environment. I think she encapsulated the feelings of a lot of people. But at the same time, I feel she's terribly exploited.
You have stolen my dreams and my childhood with your empty words, and yet I'm one of the lucky ones.
Yeah. She's an actress, too. She's very good. I don't think it'd be appropriate for me to be a Native American in our show. No. I was thinking of doing Trump Gone Wild and dress up in a tutu and have the Trump hair and go Trump on Gone Wild. Yeah, she's a pretty crappy actress, but you got to admit, she definitely has airplay. I mean, I don't know anybody who's more fun to play online on our show than this woman.
People are suffering. People are dying. Entire ecosystems are collapsing.
Well, that's true. I mean, we are seeing collapsing ecosystems. It's completely a scripted thing. She can't talk normally like this. When she's asked questions, she's very low-key. She worked up to this. She's been heavily trained. Play the Eat the Babies lady? Oh gosh, you want me to pull back into the archives of Ocasio-Cortez. Let's take a look. This is very strange. This happened a few weeks ago.
Sorry, okay. Trump. May you raise your hands, please? Okay. Great.
But we're not going to be here for much long because of the climate crisis. We only have a few months left. I love that you support the Green Deal, but it's not getting rid of fossil fuel. It's not going to solve the problem fast enough. A Swedish professor saying, we can eat dead people, but that's not fast enough. So I think your next campaign slogan has to be this: we got to start eating babies. We don't have enough time. There's too much CO2. All of you, you're a pollutant. Too much CO2. We have to start now, please. You are so great. I'm so happy that you're really supporting the Green Deal, but it's not enough. Even if we would bomb Russia, we still have too many people, too much pollution. So we have to get rid of the babies. That's a big problem. Just stopping having babies is not enough. We need to eat the babies, and this is very serious. Please give a response.
Thank you. No, thank you.
Okay, now it's not. This woman, she's been debunked. She's a former Lyndon LaRouche supporter, right wing, that was trying to put Ocasio at a weird moment. Well, it's true that Ocasio is over the top with almost everything she says, and this is over the top of Ocasio. But listen to Ocasio's response. It's not, oh, we shouldn't eat babies, ma'am. It's like supportive of this woman. It's weird. Listen to this.
Thank you. We'll go ahead.
Okay.
No, we'll go ahead. It's so no. Yeah, no. Thank you. So I think so one of the things that's very important to us is that we need to treat the climate crisis with the urgency that it does present.
In other words, we should eat babies? She's giving her justification. Look at this. She's not condemning what she said.
Luckily, we have more than a few months. We do need to hit
So you don't have to eat the babies right away.
net zero in several years. But I think we all need to understand that there are a lot of solutions that we have.
So in other words, that's one of the solutions, is to eat the babies. Wow, she didn't condemn the woman wanting to eat babies.
And that we can pursue, and that if we act in a positive way, there's space for hope.
In other words, it's okay, you can eat the babies. In a positive way, there's space for hope. Unbelievable. The woman has no ethos, no backbone, no ethics, nothing. She's simply an incredibly greedy and almost perversely greedy person. She loves the power. She does. I got the power. She loves that power she's got. Hey, so we've got a great homestead renewal plan to build up America's technologies, as well as homes for people. Every rooftop will have a solar panel that will generate energy, saving you money on your electric bill. And every house that we renovate will have the ability to save you money and have a 40-year roof on it as well. So we've got the possibility that you can actually own your own house in a 10-year period at $500 a month payments. At this point, with a social justice warrior like Barack Obama, who turned out to be a CIA agent, homosexual from Kenya, we don't need a social justice warrior as our president right now. We need an average American like myself. And if we are allowed to work and change our political structure, believe me, it'll be for the better. It won't be this puppet regime of Donald Trump, or worse, the leftist communist thinking of somebody who's just been thrust into our eyes with free press like Ocasio-Cortez. And she eats it up. She loves free press. She's like an addicted to the free press that's been given to her. Anyway, a solid solution for America. I anticipate 1.5 million jobs the first year we deploy the Homestead Renewal Plan and the Solar Rooftop Revolution. And those aren't vacant promises. I can pinpoint that. Unlike Bernie, who comes up with these radical statements like he wants to create 14 million jobs. Doing what exactly? Well, I've been a grassroots candidate for the past 10 years, and I can tell you this has been an absolute disaster for the American people, because I've been not only shunned by the media, we know they rejected my press releases in 2008, big time, but they've been systematically censoring me as well. They want to squash our effort, and every time they do this, try to squash our effort, it's going to bounce back to haunt them, because we're still growing, and we're growing worldwide. They can't control it. Yeah, 14 million government jobs that are just people pushing pencils. Is that the kind of Bernie Sanders solution he's coming up with? It's not an insult to say I'm an average American. Just the fact that you see average Americans in that way, misanthropy, is sad. But I truly am cut out of the center of American politics, and I truly am born of the American dream, or nightmare, however you want to look at it. In my youth, I was told that I wouldn't have to work too much, that we would have, everything would be automated, and most of us would be creative. And I thought to myself at a certain age, I either do that and make it happen and be creative every day, and to do the show, I have to be creative, or I fall into the category of just being a wage slave the rest of my life. No, I'm not on LinkedIn, but I will try that. Yeah. Well, I tried LinkedIn at one point, but before LinkedIn became popular, but I dropped out of LinkedIn because it became costly. But I know they have a free program now, so we really could go back and do LinkedIn. I don't want to get a job anymore. I've had jobs over my lifetime, and I've saved my money. But I don't want a job now except to help the American people. And my job every day is doing this show. I don't get paid for it, but it is job, and it is work, and it is what I do. And I've never really expected a payment for this. This is a labor of love, and it's also a component of what we need in America. So I'm fulfilling a purpose. I'm also showing you how difficult it is for the average American to actually be heard, which not many people have done. But the American dream really was something that I'm fulfilling, whether you like it or not. I live in a GE house of tomorrow. I live on very little. I show you how to cost save and how to save money on food and preparation. I teach you a sustainable lifespan that you can live, that will save you money and is fulfilling. And you will eventually realize that you're not going to be a millionaire or a billionaire. The elitists want you to think that that's a carrot in the sky you can sometimes get. But most of us will just live within our means, or if we're lucky. So I teach people how to do that, live within your means. And my idea of sustainability is exportable to everyone on the planet, versus the idea of becoming a millionaire or billionaire. The Trump mentality is not. Most of you in the world will never ever have enough money to even get by unless you start saving it and spending less and learning how to live within the confines of that income, whatever it is. So I'm teaching people a unique way of living that is exportable.
All right.
It's exportable to the rest of the world too. So I have a purpose. It's not to make money. It never really was to make money. It's actually to spread the gospel of sustainability without the democratic communist angle, without the idea that you have to live in stack and pack housing. Okay, 153 News has Joe flyer, Entities in the Shadows that day. We'll take a look at that tonight. We've got a bunch of stuff to watch right now, and we're going to start with Arnold Schwarzenegger and Linda Hamilton. We need basic services for homeless people. Excuse me. Todd Rundgren, bang the drum all day. Okay. All right, we'll play that on the way out of here. In the meantime, thanks for coming in and watching our endless show every day. I'm amazed I have so many viewers every day, and I appreciate that. We've got a lot of challenges ahead, and as you know, I don't wear out. I get better. And most people could never sustain a show as long as I have and keep it flexing and changing and adapting, but we've got that ability. I started my video broadcasting era in 1971. My first experience with audiovisual equipment started back then. So it's kind of an ongoing odyssey into adapting, using prosumer equipment and making it better and better. But you can't always make it perfect. But I can at least try. Here's Mr. Right. Take care, everyone.
I find beat, 'cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good. Just spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. They found you sweep me off my feet. My heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true.